My bad.
There it is. That answers your question.
There we go. Okay, everybody, welcome back. Of course, as already introduced, our wonderful new member, Derek, will be joining us. Hopefully for a good time and a long time.
That's the plan.
That's the plan, and we'll catch up with them, I'm sure, presently. But in the meantime, I'll do a slightly extended calendar, just so for the benefit of our new player, as to what's going on.
Speaking of calendar,
Yeah.
by your records, is today the 1st of Cursar? I don't know how to pronounce that, I'm guessing.
It is not by my records. It is the 28th, so we're close, but or maybe it is, and
I thought Quimpelar only had 27 days.
You are absolutely right. We are at the first of we're at the first. Sorry, sometimes I don't look at the
That's
calendar.
impressive.
You got me. Of Quimpelar, I guess is how I pronounce it, but
That's what I'm saying. But so it's the 1st of Cursar? Cuersaar, I think, maybe?
Oh yes, that's right. Curacao, that is absolutely right. Whew, time's just I'm happy about it, but time's just going by. Guys, it's something we always forget to do is you need to pick your birthdays. We need to know how old you all are at some point here. Alright. But anyway, that's not important right now. Oh, you guys missed Civilization's Dawn. You guys didn't get to
Dang, I hate when that happens.
You don't get to celebrate Arathis. Oh well.
Oh
We
no.
were kind of on the road, like...
You're a little busy. Maybe Arathis was like, excuse me, Finch? You didn't celebrate me? Here's a paladin.
But we were too busy having caramel apples. Hear me out.
That's
and
true.
catching greased pigs.
That's true.
Actually, it happened after the Hazel Festival.
Okay.
Yeah, those 12 days ago.
Right.
No, it's all good. The road's a busy part. What were you guys doing? Oh yeah, you guys had oh, that's funny. You guys had actually just saved the day at the crossroads there. The day before Civilization's Dawn.
And isn't the Day of Ascension coming up?
The Night of Ascension is.
Night of Ascension, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
How did I not
We'll
know
probably
this
get
number
to.
existed? It is massive.
It is. I'll toss you guys on the homepage on the Roll20 if anyone wants to take a quick peek at it. Well, it should be. I'll put it in a handout there too. But anyway, let's hop to it. So, last session. Man, there's not any music. Sorry, it's pissing me off. I'm not feeling immersed enough in my own world. There we go. Oh, Greenwood. Okay. So, the party, having built quite a reputation for themselves at Westrun, decided to leave and headed to the big city of Emon. Westrun's just too small for this group. This group has bigger, badder things in mind than just Westrun. Jeez. So you guys took to the road, wandering as you went, and eventually came to the Silvercut Crossroads, where strangely an undead horde had arisen itself from the dead of the scattering wars slain heroes by the tyrannical King Drassic. You all allied yourselves with various heroes and proceeded to you know what, actually I'm sitting here thinking, I could give the recap of that battle, but if we want, Balthazar could give the recap of the battle through a poem if we want.
Oh, that would be awesome.
Cool. I think that's definitely a cooler way. So, at camp that night, as we sort of come in and out of the actual recap, you're all sitting around the fire, and Balthazar entertains you with his newest story that he has created of the Aurora Concordant. In the darkness where shadows loom at the crossroads beneath the moon, the army stirs of the fallen brave, once heroes, now enslaved, their souls entwined in iron's chains, bound by sorrow, bound by pains, They rise to march with hollow eyes, seeking vengeance neath the skies. But irony, a cruel jest, for heroes rise to meet the test. The Aurora Concordant, bold and true, against the odds they bravely flew. Yet despair hung heavy in the air as death and darkness seemed unfair. The swords clashed with the undead horde in a battle with fate's cruel sword. But amidst the chaos, a prayer was heard. Alistair de Vitrevos, desperate words. To the Raven Queen in realms above to send her aid, her champion's love. And from the heavens descended he, the champion of ravens, to set them free. With raven wings and dagger bright, he fought the darkness, banished night. Zarvok the Grim with steady hand dealt the blow that saved the land. The Wraith, the leader, fell to dust, and with its demise, the cursed was bust. In tragedy there lies a thread of hope, of courage, in hearts unwed. For even in despair's dark grip, catharsis blooms for fate's cruel script. Camellia goes, wow, you're really good at that. I will share that on Roll20. But anyway, that is sort of the events of the battle transpired. Who knows, maybe Balthazar might sing this tune once you reach the Emon Taverns, spreading your legend. But with that, not included necessarily in the poem, the intricacies of the matter, the party recovered a skull after defeating this wraith who called herself the Archdruid of Andros. With its defeat, the champion of ravens implored, nowly revealed director of the Claret Order, Alistair, to lead you to an associate of his who knows more about Shadebarrow. Who I haven't made character sheet for. That's okay though. Camellia Spring Shower, I think her name is.
Yes.
Where are you? Yes, thank you.
Spring Shower.
Sweet, I'm great at this. Camellia Spring Shower, you guys sort of wander down the road, Alistair having joined your party, to find Camellia, this furbulg woman with sort of undeathly in appearance, but apparently is not undead. And her powers blighted spoke of falling into Shadebarrow and escaping. Apparently the only known entity to have ever entered Shadebarrow alive and exited still alive, if quite cursed and corrupted by its touch. Alistair employed her to come along, thinking that maybe there's more that she has to tell, maybe there's more to this story, more to her own features that might attribute to your curiosities in Shadebarrow, and she and all of you agreed. So you find yourselves once more on the road. There she is, by the way, as I've given her a mini because I'm obsessed with Hero Forge lately. Hello, there she is. You know, of her half-alivedness. You got a lot of giants wandering around your camp these days. Yeah, you guys did see little Squire Beverly DeFinch sort of like, it's like Balthazar and Camellia just sort of wander around camp as she's tiny. And yeah, so you guys are at camp. I believe that day came to an end, and now Emon's on the way. So I'm going to just make things real simple for you guys. And I'm going to just see how long it's going to take for you to get to Emon. All of you should have at least 40 speed horses. So I'm just going to go ahead and figure out how long it's going to take for you guys to get there really quick.
Do we have an extra horse for Camellia? Can Camellia ride a horse?
She goes, oh, I could turn into a horse.
Well, alrighty then.
Well, thank you very much for, it was very kind of you.
Does Yvaine then turn into a horse too?
If we have to fight, I can use my wild shape to do other things. But I thought about it. I haven't run with a pack in so long. Might be nice to stretch my legs a bit.
Heard. Okay, so let's see.
The wind in your mane.
Exactly.
The wind in our manes. All right. That's gonna be 6, almost 7 days. You guys are gonna get there on the eve of the 7th day. Just to make our lives a little simpler here. Or no, sorry, you're going to get on the eve of the 6th day. I don't know what I'm talking about. All right. Let's hit the dusty trail, and as usual, feel free to interrupt me if there's ever any RP, sort of traveling, whatever stuff you want to do, anything at all. And the only thing you guys need to track now is gold pieces, Yvaine, for your trainer, and that's all. As Ember continues to provide.
Do I just? I'm going to track for Czar also. I assume it's the same amount since we each only have one trainer, and I can't play with his sheet, but I can let him know and he can take it off.
Okay. Yep. Perfect. Sounds great.
Actually, as we're walking or riding or what have you, I would love to talk to Alistair since he's one of our company now, and I have any questions.
Absolutely. Alistair's sort of, riding along. He has his own riding horse. And you approach him, or you sort of ride up next to him. Yvaine, what can I do for you?
Well, it's a long ride, and I have a ton of questions if you're feeling talkative.
By all means.
So, the champion hailed you as the director of the Claret Order, and that sounds like a very, very important position, and I'm ignorant. So I was hoping you could talk to me about what the Claret Orders are, and when you announced that you did Hemocraft, like you announced it like it was a thing. I've met more people who practice Hemocraft than I have druids, to be honest with you. But clearly, like there's some sort of stigma, but I'm not around here. It just looks like your blood is magical and you're using it as a focus. So maybe you can fill me in on why people have their knickers in a twist about it.
Of course I can. It's rather scary to look at, would be the simple answer, I'd say. When people see things that gross them out and form opinions, I think that's fair. But that's not all there is to the story. I'm oversimplifying. How do I start? Well, I'll tell you about the Claret Order. We're more of a creed than an organization. We're sort of a loose concordant, I guess you could say, of people who practice Hemocraft for the betterment of humanoid kind. We commit our lives to the hunt of entities and creatures that threaten the sanctity of life and joy and all that is good in the world. Our mission is often misunderstood because, well, what we do is very dangerous. There's many different forms of it, but it takes a piece of you. It's a very long-winded. There's a lot to speak of, as you can imagine. The lifestyle I'm a part of is many things. Where would you like me to start? You asked me a lot of questions. I'm not really sure where to start.
All right. So, how about this? You are a priest of the Matron of Ravens.
That's right.
You're also the director of the Claret Order. Now, are these things independent of one another, or are they connected?
Oh, they're connected. You see, all Hemocraft comes from the Raven Queen. Well, at least the knowledge of Hemocraft came from the Raven Queen. You see, back during it's called the Calamity, right?
Yes.
Thank you. Sorry. Back during the Calamity, where the gods and their heroes clashed, the Raven Queen bestowed the knowledge of Hemocraft upon, I'm not going to get too into the specifics, but a hero who then was the first to utilize Hemocraft and taught the art, and we use it in the name of the Raven Queen to bring sanctity to life. So, you see, in the use of Hemocraft as a cleric, very much is connected with the Raven Queen. It's her gift, or by some standards, her curse upon the world.
All right. So that makes sense. What do you know about Shade Barrow? Like, is it something that you're pursuing right now, or did it just sort of fall in your tracks?
It fell in my tracks. Everyone is aware, anyone who's been around Westrun is aware of Shade Barrow. It's a urban legend. It's a myth of great prominence, and well, I myself am quite committed to the defeat of vampires and the undead. That is where I like to hone my attentions to. All different blood hunters have their own proficiencies and inclinations. And naturally, Shade Barrow is a place that is said to be ruled by a great deal of undeath, so naturally it takes my interest, but it's also a difficult nut to crack. It's a very dangerous place. Anyone who's ever tried to sanctify it or enter it and exit alive, they've never been heard from ever again. None except Camellia. So I ran into her thinking that she was undead, found out she wasn't, and didn't kill her instead.
Interesting. I wonder if there's a record of how often it pops up.
What is it?
Shade Barrow. See, I didn't
Oh.
go to Shade Barrow exactly. I ended up there, and it sounds the same for Camellia. Like, it wasn't a destination that she was trying to get to, she literally just fell into it. So
It is a mysterious place, I will give you that.
I'm curious about the enchantment that keeps it moving around. We know how to get to it now, but it's interesting magic. Actually, that's not entirely accurate. None of us looked, but we did procure the information, and the Graveseer has it, so.
Oh, the Graveseer has it. Truly.
Well, yes. Oh, shit, you don't... So you're like a holy person. Should I, like, call you father or something? Like, are there...
Not unless you want to.
Oh. She kind of giggles and blushes. But no, seriously. It happened almost by accident. We were in Westrun. Someone from the from Bahamut's temple came to fetch Finch because there was a banshee who was raising all sorts of havoc in the woods. So none of us knowing anything about the undead, and us having just fought undead at Shade Barrow, and honestly, we didn't. There was a lot of running and screaming, you know, like, we managed, obviously, we're alive, but we hardly covered ourselves in glory. I was the only one who had a weapon who could actually do much damage, and I'm not really a melee sort, so that should give you an idea of the sort of the timbre of the encounter. Finch, Ember, feel free to contradict me here. There was a lot of running. Anyway, so when we started looking into the undead, we were sent to the Temple of the Raven Queen, because, I mean, she would know how to kill undead and would probably be willing to share such information. When I was describing the situation to the Graveseer, I had mentioned that what we had seen in the woods was similar to what we had seen at Shade Barrow. It was sort of an accident that I even mentioned it. But sort of everything stopped the moment I did, and she questioned me about it. And since then, we have tracked down the legends of the Shade Barrow and its location, and are more or less responsible for communicating what we learn with the Graveseer. We really should have gotten a sending stone for her. It's going to be terribly difficult to get information to her. I didn't think about that. We left in a hurry. Anyway, yeah. So we've sort of been chasing things down with the understanding that chasing down doesn't involve going to. Until she says,
But you intend to one day.
Graveseer says so, we will. I won't break my word to her, but it needs to be done. It needs to be done. So I don't necessarily want to ask earlier because this is probably going to bring back a terrible memory. But what I can tell you is that my magic, like, I sort of manipulate the primordial essence of stuff to get things done, right? We all have our ways of getting things done. My magic, it made me sick. There's something that has so corrupted the very energy that makes the earth we stand on and the air we breathe something inherent that I'm ignorant of, but it befouled all of it, and merely reaching out to touch my magic made me feel physically ill.
Then you can perhaps imagine how Camellia feels when she uses her magics every day now.
Yeah.
She has Shade Barrow scarred upon her, and her magics have been forever changed in a way not many have ever seen. And for the record, you brought her along so that you could talk to her about these things, right?
Yeah. I just realized it's going to be painful for her. I take no joy in that.
That's fair. Well, Shea Barrow is indeed a mystery, and though you do indeed strike me as a curious type, you know what they say about curiosity, and you do travel with a fair number of individuals that I would call men of action. I'd be surprised if you didn't have endeavors to travel with him. But I think Camellia serves here not only as a source of knowledge, but I think in some ways the Raven Queen is sending you a cautionary tale. You're a druid yourself, yes?
Indeed.
Careful. You might look like Camellia. You might end up like Camellia. Oh, I just swallowed a bug. Hang on. It's flew into my throat.
Protein.
Yep, good protein when you swallow it in the right hole.
Oh, yeah.
There we go. Much better.
Breathe through the breathe hole. Helps. We have time. Got 6 days on the road, and as far as Shadebearer goes, the next stop is the Temple of Pelor.
I'll tell you this. You asked about the Claret Order, just to see if I can't somewhat answer your question. We have amongst us a holy text known as the Crimson Canon. And I'm reminded of this passage. As blood flows through and invigorates the body, so faith flows through and invigorates the soul. Ever remember this. Your blood and your faith are one and the same. Spill not your blood, nor that of another heedlessly, but do not hesitate to spill either when the cause is just. That is what we are.
She sits a little bit taller in the saddle, and she said, yeah, some people are just stupid, right? You guys are awesome.
He just kind of takes that in stride. He goes, well, I'm never one to pass up on compliments. They're all pretty interesting yourselves.
You wanted to know about us. You'd sent people to Western to ask about us, yeah?
Of course. There was rumor of some things that would very much interest the Claret Order.
So what's on your mind?
Well, Balthazar answered quite fabulously, but with his poems and such. But sounds like you faced another worldly threat. Abyssal nature, perhaps, from the descriptions.
Horned King. We're not supposed to say his name out loud, but yeah, that one. Starts with a B. Likes hunters.
Oh, I know. Oh, yes, okay. I'm quite aware of him. It is surprised. There has been a surprising amount of, I wouldn't say abyss, but a lot of things, mad things coming out of the earth these days. At least that's what the reports in my organization say.
I thought so as well. I'm not from around here, but I asked the High Priestess of Melora, and she agreed that it was unusual. An army of undead seems like not the sort of thing that happens every winter, you know?
That is fair to say. It's certainly not something that should happen every winter. It's a good thing you were there. But the dividing planes have been strange of late. It concerns me. And so it concerns my order by extension.
The Horned King made 2 separate bids on Western and did so within like a 12 to 24-hour period. It suggests an inordinate amount of planning. I don't
The Horned
think
King.
that's it. Yeah.
Horned King is known to, though indeed, of course, being what it is a being of otherworldly intelligence and insight. But a brutal one. A bestial one. Not usually the planner, but has many disciples who are cunning. It's difficult to say, but clearly was making a bid to enter into our realm, which would not have fared well for Western.
No. Particularly not for the 72 children he'd planned to sacrifice to open the portal.
I suppose not. But why an undead horde? Why immediately after, seemingly pointing its ire towards that direction? The Horned King has no interest in the undead. It's very odd. I'll have to have my people investigate.
Was there ever an alliance of the Betrayer God? I've got a book on the Calamity. I really just need to sit down and read through it. I know that our gods kind of work together in a number of ways. Ayun and Pelo and Melora, I know, worked quite closely, and I believe the Raven Queen was involved in a lot of that as well. Did the other assholes work together the same way?
You're quite right. Lore says that the prime deities worked hand in hand for the most part. The Raven Queen being a bit of an outlier, since she gained her divinity from previously being immortal. Obviously, that would rub the other gods the wrong way, but generally they work together, yes. The Betrayers, yes, they work together, but they were at each other's throats, trying to stab each other in the back. So there were alliances, but there were betrayals. This goes without saying. It's in the name and all.
Yeah. If the Horned King isn't a planner, I wonder if he's got a mate who is. I would hate to think of Western as being a grand distraction.
From what I have heard from the Order of the Profane Soul, they speak that demons are beings of chaos and slaughter, and that's a very brutal, very direct way of thinking. But perhaps it is unwise to write off creatures, archdemons, demon lords such as the Horned King himself as unintelligent because they are bestial. They have wisdom and intelligence far beyond mine and your own. It would be perhaps arrogant to wave off their ability to plot against the mortal world.
That is true. Actually, quick change. I would have had, like, Czar would have been off scouting, checking the road, making sure we're on course, doing the...
Yeah, no, you look around and the Aurora Concordance all dead. Like, you and Alistair were completely consumed in conversation. You didn't notice everyone else is dead.
Damn it.
No, you're good. You're good. I'll assume Zarval is scouting.
What can I do?
Yeah. No, it's all good. I'll assume Zarval is off scouting. No problem there. Cool. And maybe you and Alistair chat a little bit more, and he'll give you the rundown about the Claret Order and what their whole deal is. They're a very discreet, very loose organization of people who utilize hemocraft to sort of fight fire with fire. They turn themselves into monsters for all intents and purposes to fight other monsters. There's many sects within the order of the Claret Order. There are sort of splinter cells of it. Not all of them report directly to Alistair, but it does. Its origins are marked by blood clerics, blood mages, and blood hunters. The use of hemocraft is the staple of this organization. They use it to fight evil. But he'll say, like, generally speaking, like, members of the Claret Order, those who practice hemocraft, won't travel in anything more than pairs at best, because their presence brings unease to the population. And, if you have too many in one place, you risk an uprising, you risk discretion, you risk all of this and that. They've flown under the radar of the major factions of Tal'Dorei for a long time, and they want to keep it that way. For the most part, anyway. At least enough to operate without too many questions or nosy people. Cool. All right. We travel on down the road. See how that goes. Okay. Day 1 goes by just fine. 2 gold from each. Day 2. Excellent. Paladin Finch. Hi, Paladin Finch. Excuse me. I'm so sorry.
Fucking right.
Fucking right. As you guys are riding down on the road, day 2, evening begins to fall, the sun begins to set, and you all start looking around for the best place to start pitching tents and stuff. And as you do, and you sort of like set Beverly to the task, you kind of like look across the road, and you see at the edge of the wood a strange sort of shadow. I want you to make a perception check.
Close my character sheet. That's real effective. Okay, that's not so bad. 13.
13?
Yeah.
You gotta squint your eye and look across the road. And you see sort of standing in the shade of the trees under the hard sunlight of the twilight. You see this dog. This dog looks very much like Fen, but different. Sort of almost blends with the shadow and looks at you with sort of these gleaming red eyes, like almost glowing as such. It's very much has that sort of omen-y feeling, that sort of supernatural, almost like, the black dog, like hounding your steps a little bit. And across the road at the edge of like a small tree cover, not a wood by any means, but a small tree cover, you see this sort of vicious black hound staring at you with piercing, glowing red eyes.
Oh, all right then. Would I recognize like what that was at all? It's just like a creepy shape.
Make an Arcana check.
Okay. Well, that was a 3 minus 2, so a 1. I have
1?
no notices at all.
You stare at it for a while, you blink a couple times, you turn your head, you don't know what it is exactly, but you know that it's there. This isn't some hallucination or little like sign from the gods or anything like it's real. It's there and it's looking at you. That's all you know.
Okay. I'm just gonna make a note of that. I'm not gonna like try and approach it or go explore by myself in the creepy woods.
Okay.
Yeah. I think I'll just kind of keep that information to myself unless it feels like more pertinent to like make mention to the group as well.
Okay.
We've been seeing a lot of weird things on the road, so I feel like my tolerance for some of that is probably like a little bit higher. Kind of like when we saw the the Pegasus that just like randomly was out there. So
Getting jaded to the whole
Yeah,
to the
yeah.
visions and the sights on the road. Okay, you
Uh-huh.
kind of go about your business. You're like, all right, it's like a sign from a Raven Queen or some shit, and you
I
you
feel
go
like we
back
just see
to
like a bunch of weird shit. So I feel like yeah, my tolerance is just like okay.
got it. Passive perceptions from you other two.
I think it's a 17. Let me check. Yes, passive perception 17.
Cool.
Well,
Well, yeah, maybe Ember, you're hard at work making dinner. Yvaine, you're the next to notice it. You kind of look over and you see this shadowy hound with red eyes gleaming, just like I think sitting honestly is just like sitting, but strong like war hounds, like not like kind of like Fen. Yeah, it's a mastiff. It looks sort of like a mastiff in a way, and it's just like sitting there, just sort of observing your camp with gleaming red eyes.
Oh, really? All right. I'm going to ritually cast Speak with Animals.
Okay. It's a ways away. Like it's like across the road, like a couple 100 feet off, but it's there and it's looking.
Oh, and I'm feeling froggy. So you know what? I think instead I'm just going to shift into a dog of the similar kind, but in my normal lavender and silver, of course, with the pink eyes. I'm just going to go up and see what it is.
Okay, you turn into a mastiff, like a pink one, and you begin to approach. And as you sort of like cross the road, and you're only like 100 feet off, the hound sort of stands up and like turns to the nearby wood and sort of begins to walk.
Can I howl or like talk to it? Hey,
Yeah, you
yeah.
can just sort of.
We're going to communicate
Um,
in dog for a second.
Yeah, at this point, the whole camp is aware of what's going on. You're like, oh, Yvaine's shape shifting. She's a druid, whatever. But then she starts like in the middle of the road. So the whole party's aware. Alistair, everybody, they're all watching as well.
I'm also
Ben
going to do
goes,
like the play bow thing, like when dogs are like saying hi, where they will put their butt in the air and wag, but they're
yeah. I gotcha. And the hound sort of stops and like looks sort of over at you and kind of like actually just kind of like stops, like still like back turned to you, but like looks over its shoulder and like stares at you. And then Fen runs up to you and goes, and like just wagging his tail and wagging his butt at you.
I'm curious now. It seems like it wants me to follow, so I'm gonna slowly, respectfully, and keeping a distance and smelling for, ambushes.
Yeah. Got it. And Fen comes with you now, being enticed. And Zarvog's like, witch, why did you do this? My dog. And you maybe Zarvog starts like trailing along trying to recover Fen. And you guys sort of wander into the wood. You kind of like Fen's like trying to push his face into like your face to like play or like hops around you, but then like eventually calms down and sort of like starts following you, and you follow the hound, and the black hound sort of turns its head and kind of walks into the woods some more. Like it seems almost shadowy and it's very hard to keep track of, but you keep up with it. And not long after, it sort of turns past a tree, and though you completely lose track of the hound, like it just like very much like those ridiculous spy movies where like a car goes by for a quarter second and the person's gone. It's kind of like that, sort of turns a corner, enters a shadow, and just gone as if they were never there, sentinel. But you do look upon a very small little side of the road campsite as you sort of turn that tree, and you see like a small little fire, not enough smoke to create any kind of signal, bedroll laid out, just like a single adventurer. And Derek, would you like to describe what your character looks like, what they're doing at this fire?
Okay. Everybody hear me?
Mhm.
Okay then. Yvaine, you see you see a tall, thin young man sitting by the campfire. If he stood up, you could maybe nearly call him somewhat gaunt, even. You can see that he's wearing a dirty black long. He has dirty black, long and back black hair. He has a set of old common clothes on and a very long, dark and gray and beat up coats with a hood on the back. You can see a bit of small stubble on his face. As in he's just gazing at the fire, just munching down on whatever food he has. Maybe an apple, perhaps.
And you, my friend, sort of are there just kind of crunching an apple, and you turn and look to like the nearby tree, and you see two mastiffs, one wearing like snake skin leather armor with like this horn harness thing attached to it, with a big scar down its face, and then a pink one right beside it, which looks far less gruesome, I think. And that's what happens. That's what you guys all see.
He's somewhat confused at the appearance of these two strange dogs. He's just he's just gonna finish up his apple real fast and toss away the remains, and he's just gonna stand up and cast minor illusion and create a rather loud bang noise to scare them off.
So he just kind of like looks at you, Yvaine, and kind of like takes the last bite out of his apple and like throws it, and then like with a flick of a hand, there's like this like fireworks sound that like pops. I don't know how you react, Yvaine, but as this would usually work for you there, I'm not going to say your name yet. Well, it's there, Nero. You see that the one with like the big horn harness, like definitely like flinches, but then like lowers his head aggressively and sort of at you. What does Yvaine do?
Yvaine is going to tell Fen to stand down and dog.
Can you? So I don't think dogs share language, unfortunately, but you can like nestle.
Communicate, yeah.
Yeah, you can
Nonverbal
communicate.
communication is the thing.
You can communicate that way, but you know when you bark, you aren't actually saying like, "My good sir, please."
Yeah.
Yeah. But you like kind of like nestle up to Ben, calm him down.
There are two things that I would like to do. One, I'd like to make an insight check to see if the person I'm smelling is the dog that I followed. And two, I would like to wild shape back into me.
Okay, you want to make a perception check for the smell? Go ahead. You have advantage because you are a mastiff.
Nah. I rolled a 4 and a 2. I
Well,
mean, I think I've got like a plus 10, but still.
You're not very good at using your sniffer, and Fen's a pretty smelly dog, so you're a little nose blind. And then Nero, you see the pink sort of chibi mastiff turn into, what does Yvaine look like?
So Yvaine is a half elf, but like she clearly resembles more elf than human, you would think. She doesn't look particularly human. She's about 5'4", a smaller build, but like you can tell she's pretty muscular. Her hair is very short and in like finger waves. So it's actually a little bit chic. If you can see it, you would just see the first little bit of it under her fur hat. She's in her winter clothes right now. Did I send you that? Did I send you her winter mini?
Yeah, I got it.
Okay.
I'll put it up there.
No worries. So she's in a fur-lined cloak. She has a reddish breastplate, and that's got like gold pauldrons, and the pauldrons look like the beak of an animal, and even the breastplate doesn't look metal. It looks like some sort of natural something, like a carapace. And then just sturdy boots and leather and fur coats on her, and
so it's a mix of like normal clothing, but also some pieces from like the natural world, basically.
Yeah.
Okay.
She has a
Nero,
Also worth
silver sickle.
noting.
Yeah, go ahead.
It's also
Sorry.
worth noting for you, Nero. This is like mid-autumn. It's starting to get chilly out. For just so you know, for weather's sake.
that's why I have the coat on.
Cool.
Oh,
Fair
The
enough.
long coat
and the
on.
important parts of her skin. She's dark skinned. She's not fair like an elf. Her skin is almost like a lavender. Like she really is. When I don't, when you know what, do drow elves get around? Like, are they common here?
Nope.
I think so. Uh,
Especially not
she's-
pink ones. That's a very half-elf trait, I
yeah,
would
but
think.
she's like kind of lavender with like instead of red eyes, her eyes are very pink. Like she's by and silvery white hair. Like by any stretch of the imagination, she's adorable.
You're like a fairy drow.
Hmm.
Yeah. So I would say Nero, like I think anyone looking to see if someone's a half elf or an elf, they look at like the ear length, and she definitely has the half elf ear length, but you've probably never seen like a light lavender skinned half elf before. So a very unique member of the race.
Okay. Okay. Nero takes that under consideration, and he thinks to himself, he's gonna say, "What does he say?"
Fuck off. No, I'm kidding.
Oh, hey, so I'm Yvaine.
Stay back right now. Stay back right now, or you're getting blasted.
Well, all right there.
It was like, okay, who the fuck are you, and what kind of half elf are you? I've never seen any of you around here.
I gotta say, for Yvaine, that is probably the most terrifying thing to see in the wood. These dogs approach, the pink one turns into like a pink half elf that doesn't exist, and then he's like, "Stay back," and you're like,
It feels like,
that is
you're not
hag energy.
okay.
Oh shit, it totally does, doesn't it?
Oh, you some kind of hack child I heard about. Oh, you not understand what I'm saying? Okay, here's a language you might understand. Woof, 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 woof. And you just hear dog sounds barking at you from Minor Illusion.
Ben's like
You're
looking
not
up at
going
you
to
like a
make me
little.
dispel your magic, right? Like that would just be silly.
I'm sorry, what did you say, Yvaine?
I said, you're not going to make me dispel your silly magic, right? This is ridiculous. I'm having a conversation. Clearly, I'm not advancing on you.
I was like, oh, all right,
Not
state your
really a melee
business.
sort anyway. So, you look like you haven't had a meal in weeks.
Man,
It's
I
not a
make
good
well.
one.
I make well for myself. And you would see like around him, like definitely like what little like discard fruit is there is like the apple and whatnot, but also like small like broken little end pieces of the bread, perhaps the ends that nobody eats that you just toss away for the animals, and and maybe like maybe some like water skins here and there. It's a very like eclectic bit of remains of food. It's not like he's been eating stew or anything like that.
Yeah, so we have a camp, like, just a bit a ways. Why don't you come have a meal that's hot? And then you can fuck off in the morning if you want. Hey, what's your
What's your
name?
name again?
Yvaine.
Yvaine or Yvaine?
Either works, but it's spelt with a Y.
Yeah, okay, I see one of those types. Okay. But one more question, and I'll come over and see what it looks like over there. Are you a person? Are you actually some kind of like humanoid that turns into a dog, or a dog that turns into a humanoid? I'm just curious.
Oh, you're charming. Oh dear. Come with me. I'm a druid.
feels like okay. Of course, Druid. Oh yeah, Druid. Yeah, Druid. That's a third option.
And
That makes
Yvaine's
things
just
better.
Yvaine,
That makes things somewhat better.
and she will turn to Fen and say, "Fen Sha'ash," which is his order,
I'm good.
ordering Goblin to come, and we're going to
Okay.
go, and Nero
I'm-
will follow or not.
I'm gonna pack up my stuff real fast. I'm not traveling heavy, so like I'm just traveling like what I have on. I can carry on my back, but I'm traveling.
Yeah.
But I hop on my horse and I ride over.
Yeah, whatever is in your inventory. Yeah, small detail missed. Yeah, the horse. But whatever.
Oh well, if he has a horse.
Yeah,
Oh yeah,
draft horse.
horses.
As far as you can tell. And Nero, you follow this strange pink woman, and you follow her across the road, and you see that there's a
That's-
pretty decent campsite. You see that there are many horses that are um, uh, roped off to various branches and such. There's bedrolls being laid out. There's tents put up and such. You see like this like sort of dark hobgoblin at a fire with this like old man getting sort of yelled at as he's like working with like glass or something like that. You see this young human girl sort of like running around camp, like getting supplies, pitching tents and stuff. A very lively little camp, and just getting the NPCs out of the way. You see that there is a Goliath, a very darkly but well-dressed Goliath with a lyre sort of off to the side, kind of strumming, maybe writing down on a piece of paper. You see this really ghastly, deathly looking like half cow woman who is also about as tall as the Goliath, who's just like chilling, I guess. I don't know. She can't touch anything. And then there's this I don't even really know how best to describe him. You see this human
It's pretty small
who's
for
sort
a
of
human. No, oh no, he's just small compared to the giants.
yeah, he's just small compared to the giants. But he's you know he's we'll say he's talking to the half cow lady. But a normal
bovine
human-sized
lady.
individual, very sort of single shoulder Greek tunic, very sort of Greek in appearance, has the sandals, some elements of armor, a symbol of the Raven Queen across his chest, a strange sort of blood drop symbol on his belt buckle, and a number of other individuals. So why don't we go through them? Paladin Finch, why don't we start with you? Hi, Paladin Finch.
Get it right, God.
I know, I'm sorry.
Yeah, so to you, Finch would stand about 6 foot high or so, with a pretty muscular build. In terms of appearance, they are pretty androgynous as it relates to like how their facial structure is in terms of like other attributes like with their body that you may or may not be able to distinguish with the amount of armor that they have on. Their hair is cut like pretty short and it's like swept off to the one side with like a shade like shaved off to the other sides with like an undercut. And if you were to approach them close enough, you would notice that their eyes were like a really light shade of amber. And that is Finch.
Oh yeah. You see this this imposing paladin wandering around, at cooking, I imagine, at the campfire. Ember, what do you look like?
Ember's middling height, in the mid 5 foot range, is very much a ginger by hair and complexion. His manner of dress is very neat. It's not particularly road worn, and he's bustling with pots and pans and sundries about the fire. He's got a a fairly significant ring on his right hand, which has a large dark red stone associated with it, and that's really all there is to tell. When you get closer, you'll see that he has the epitome of gas flame blue eyes.
Hell yeah.
What kind of eyes
Hell
again?
yeah.
I'm sorry.
The blue of a natural gas flame.
Okay. Yeah, blue
That
fire
kind of
eyes.
pale blue white.
Fantastic. At this point, you see Yvaine with Fen, who scurries off to Zarvalg and sort of goes and says hi. Approach with this dark rider, for all intents and purposes, at her back.
Okay, I take a look around, like studying all of it, and you see this guy on horseback, and he's got the description I told Yvaine, but right now he has this wolfish grin on his face, just sizing all of you up and all these strangers around him. And I think for my first roll of the campaign, I'm gonna roll an insight check. Can I get a sense of like who these people are? These guys aren't bandits, right? They're not like, oh yeah, come sit with us, please, while they're having knives behind their backs, right?
Sure, I'll tell you. Roll me an insight check.
Okay. Four.
4. You have no idea. All you know is that there's one of you and maybe like 10 of them.
Okay, so I look. Okay, so I.
And they're
So
well armed. Way better than you, to be clear. Some of them
okay.
have like,
Well.
like clearly magical effects, perhaps.
Oh, I believe you. So I look around at all the brightly dressed individuals around me. I see the two giants in the back, very grim-looking giants in the back. Uh, I look over and see the peculiar folk over by the fire, and think to myself, and I let out this sigh like, and I ask Yvaine, "You guys aren't circus people, are you?"
I mean, in a matter of speaking, I suppose.
Oh, well,
In the
Well,
armor,
who
that
have you
is,
brought to dinner, Yvaine?
oh,
I'll get another
he's
plate.
charming. He thought I was a werewolf. It was marvelous. So anyway, Nero,
I thought she was a dog.
this is High Paladin Finch. In his defense, I was at the moment. This is High Paladin Finch of the Order of Bahamut. I don't really know how to introduce you. I should learn that. We just call them Finch.
That's and I'll say and I'll like reach my hand out and like I'll try and shake theirs.
Uh, sure, okay. Uh, sure, okay. Like he's not much of the handshaking type, and it feels like okay, sure.
And
Pleasure to meet you all. Meet you all.
I will say for your sake, Nero, if this genuinely is a paladin of Bahamut, no insight check required, like, that's a good sign. That's a very good sign as to whether these are bandits or not. Bahamut is the...
Okay.
Well, you can roll a religion check on that if you want to, but Bahamut's a good god, and a paladin of this god would never roam with miscreants.
I'm
Well,
going to roll a religion check anyway because why not?
sure, yeah, see what you know about Bahamut. Have you heard of our Lord and Savior Bahamut?
5.
Where does Finch
I
keep
got a
getting all
whole
these
number
pamphlets?
up. I'm going on up.
Bahamut, the most you would know is Bahamut's like a god of like honor and like defense or something, but he's like a dragon god, and that's it.
I give him a pamphlet.
You're the you're the dragon. Yeah, Bahamut. He's the dragon guy, right?
Yes, the silver dragon. That's correct.
Yes.
And I'll show my shield a little bit, like just like the big dragon head that's on the shield. Yeah.
Not bad. He privately says under his breath, "High and mighty type, okay." Uh, he he kind of like takes his horse and it, he's gonna take his horse over and just kind of tie it off relatively close to like the exit just in case something goes wrong.
Sure. So tie off your horse
Yeah.
down.
Yeah, Nero, Finch, right? Oh, all right, Finch. You've I may not have given my name to Yvaine already, but Nero Duskval at your service.
Nero. What are you doing out in these particular parts of the woods all by yourself?
Oh. Well, I'm good. Well,
Where's your
a bit
dog?
of same thing. Probably you guys. I'm willing to bet all you guys are doing. Just traveling along the roads, bit on the Emon. Because big, big city, big bright lights, big titties. What's not to love?
Nero, where's your dog?
But don't. I'm sorry. What?
Didn't you have a big black doggo, red eyes?
After a moment, Neo just starts to like laughing to himself quite a bit. Oh, I'm sorry. You must be mistaken. That like I don't have a dog. Come on, let's go get something to eat. And he pats you on the back, like, come on.
Are you from Emon?
Fuck no. First time in town. I plan on meeting some friends of mine up there. A friend or two up there.
Your comment about big titties gave it away. Just wanted to check though.
It was like very insightful, High Paladin.
Emon, infamously a small titty town.
Right. Appreciator of all titty sizes.
Yeah, no, all breasts
Oh yeah,
are wonderful.
a hodgepodge of titty sizes, of course.
Hodgepodge of titty sizes.
Yeah.
All
Yes.
are welcome here.
Yeah.
Any of you from Emon?
I am, and so is my compatriot here, and I'll like gesticulate to wherever Ember is. Yeah.
Oh, that's Ember. He's amazing. He's usually the one who does the talking, which is much better because he's so much better at it than I am. He's a lot less weird and he doesn't turn into animals, but he does burn things like when he loses his temper, which does take quite a bit, I do have to say. Anyway, his dinner's always excellent. You are in for a treat, sir. All right, I'm going to read a book.
Okay, interesting. Yeah, Yvaine, by the way, I don't recommend walking up to people as a dog then turning into a human to introduce yourself. It kind of puts off balance, Just a bit of advice. Ember, right?
Yes.
You're that chef
Yes.
around here. So what's cooking for dinner?
Well, tonight for dinner, I'm serving some green spirit bundles wrapped in bacon.
Green spear, what?
Little bundled sachets.
Yeah.
You might refer
you
to
look
it
at
as
Nero and you get a
asparagus.
sense. Okay. You look at Nero and you can tell that he has no idea what sachet is. Oh, asparagus. Okay, why didn't you say that, man? Well, it's good to meet you.
Oh, likewise. Here, let me get you a plate.
I have a can or two of spices in actually in my can.
Don't worry about it. I have it handled.
Yeah, I have like one or two. So you're from Emon, right? So you and the high and mighty paladin over there, Finch. You guys are from Emon, huh?
Indeed, we are.
Interesting. This is my
So
first time.
I had to
there.
travel across the continent to meet somebody from my hometown. How weird is that?
Small world, So I'm just from around, not from any particular place. Been to Selband, Kymel, Western, all to and back again, Kind kind of live on the road mostly, you could say.
Did you say Kymel?
I've been to Kymel.
Zarval goes, I fucking hate Kyle.
Right.
Yeah, if you're broke. Yeah, if you
Fair.
hate gambling and fun, but sure.
Is that what you're into?
Yeah, it's what I can be. I'm sure you're not. I'm sure your religious order forbids it. I'm sure. No offense intended. And High Paladin.
I think Finch is not going to know what to do with them, so they're just going to walk away for now.
Okay, yeah. At this point, Finch has reached the extent of offense and just is like,
Yeah.
cool. And like,
Yeah. All right. Well, swell talking to you. Bye.
Seriously though, no offense intended, player to player.
yeah. It's all in good fun. We know that.
Ember, delivering a plate and a mug, will lean in and say, actually, Finch is a top-notch prize fighter.
I could
So,
I would hope so with those muscles on her.
I'm just saying, the breadth of her skills and expertise would surprise you.
Really?
But please have a seat, and he'll, attempt to dust off a log.
I kick up a log and sit down. I'm good for now. I'll wait until everyone else eats.
Between Beverly and I, we'll get plates out to everybody. But
Yeah,
guests
Beverly's
first.
right there. It's like, oh yeah, yes, Mr. Ember, and starts serving everybody.
Not bad. Well, thank you, Beverly. Right? Like how big? How sizing up Beverly? Like how old is she? Is she like a kid?
Beverly's probably like 14, 13 years old. Very, very young woman. Definitely not like a matured woman by any means. Still kid.
Yeah, you have to double check to make sure she's not a halfling.
No, yeah, you double check. That's a human as far as you can tell.
Okay, cool. So Ember,
Certainly not that short. Not 3 feet by any means. She's probably like 5 foot. She's hit a couple growth spurts.
Okay, cool. Does she have like can I tell like who she's with here? Is she like this? Are her parents here? Like in fact I asked Ember, are her parents here?
Make an insight check.
No.
Yeah, go right ahead.
That Beverly is Finch's squire.
Squire. Oh, Squire. Okay, so she's her servant. Okay then.
She says, "That's right,"
Squire.
and like puts more food on your plate. proudly displays her amulet of Bahamut and kind of runs off to go help Finch with whatever Finch needs.
Yeah, useful. At least she's making Tech's making herself useful at least. I gotta ask, Ember. Looking around here, at least the people I've met already. The hobgoblin over there, and I can tell he's a hobgoblin, right?
Very clearly, there it is. There's no difficulty distinguishing.
Yeah, I've seen hobgoblins before. I can. He seems like the big, mean, crack people's fingers for a living type. Slit throats, cracking skulls, that kind of stuff. I can see why he's traveling around. I can see why your druid friends traveling around. They like open air outside the beyond civilization, the wilds. I get that. I can definitely know if my so high paladin Finch is here too. Bring justice and peace to yada yada yada, blah blah blah, everybody, whatever. Okay, I'm not sure about why are you here.
Well, the short version of that is I made an arrangement to save the family business, and that put me on the road, eventually in Stillben. From there, we have kind of worked our way back across the continent, headed back towards Emon. The longer answer is a longer answer.
Okay then. By the way, DM, Orion.
Mhm.
I just rolled for insights. I got an 8 this time. I'm working my way up, guys.
So that's unfortunately an invalid roll. You need to, you know, clarify with me that
I'm
you
sorry.
are rolling.
Oh,
That's
I'm
okay.
sorry. I'm sorry. It was for
No
the
problem. Getting into it.
insight about
But yes, if you're gonna roll, you need to let me know.
I'm sorry. It was about Beverly. Should I roll again real fast?
Oh, this. Yeah. Go ahead and roll again. Yeah.
Okay, sure. Maybe I'll get higher this time, guys.
Get 'em
It's
all
lower
out
this
now.
time. It's a 7.
What were you trying to figure out about Beverly?
Like, are her like just like who she's with? Like, he kind of gave me the answer. Like,
Oh yeah.
okay,
That was clearly with Finch. Also as an amulet of Bahamut, probably dressed in simple clothes, but I'm sure there's like elements of like an acolyte sort of attire mixed in.
okay,
Very clearly with Finch,
okay,
as
cool.
we're told.
Okay, cool.
And
So Ember,
what
you guys been to Stillben, huh? You've been
Hey,
to
hang on, Nero. Go ahead, Ember.
I was just going to ask. I know what has brought us to where we are. What's a little bit about your story? I mean, you've said that you've been to a whole bunch of places. Uh, are you looking for something in particular, or just
I'm
traveling like a merchant? But
merchants. No, just one of the how should I describe myself? Just a respectable vagrant, looking to meet some friends of some capability, looking to meet up with some friends in Emon. And matter of fact, you're a businessman up there, so you kind of know like the uh, local outfits, right?
I I have some passing familiarity.
Have you ever heard of an inn called the Drunken Dragon?
Uh,
The answer is no, Ember. You go.
I doesn't ring a bell, but Simon's a big city.
Okay, not run by like a small little older halfling. No, nothing rings a bell.
Uh, There are, with a city the size of Emon, there are more establishments that I could shake a stick at.
Okay, establishments. Establishments. Yeah, that's the word I was thinking of. Thank you a lot, Emma. You're clearly the smart guy around here. It's good. Good
Well,
to see you in charge.
I don't know so much about that, but
It's good. What's good to know What's good to get to know the man in charge around here.
I'm
No one
fairly
gonna
certain
mess with
that
you, man.
that's not
Hey,
me.
nobody wants to mess with you, or else the food's gonna go bad.
Nah, that just wouldn't be hospitable.
So, is
If things go bad, I'll just reduce you to ash.
exact. Hey, completely valid strategy. Exactly. I like pat him on the back, like heck yeah, man.
You see the other, I guess, I want to say more interesting individuals around the camp. You see,
Yeah.
they're just kind of quietly like listening to the conversations. I'm gonna say like the
Yeah.
Goliath and the furball woman are kind of like, I don't know, off to the side eating their food. I think you see the man in like reds and blues sort of like sit at a log nearby, and he's just kind of been like squinting his eyes at you a little bit, just kind of like eating his food with this like really ornate dagger off the end of his food. He's just kind of watching you.
Okay, I know. I'd be sitting with. I'm helping Ember out a little bit because I want to make sure like what's going in the fruit to make sure like I'm not being poisoned just in case. He's being a little.
Okay.
He's being somewhat paranoid. He ain't eating until everybody else is eating, you know.
Sure, yeah, you and you get your food before everybody else, but a little bit after, and
Like
yeah,
after everyone's into it, I start eating.
okay, sorry.
And if you make it feel any better, Ember is absolutely the kind of cook who tastes as he goes.
Okay, good. Like I see him eating and feels like okay, this guy's on the up and up. Okay,
And
and
he carries a it's a small belt pouch, and he periodically will grab a pinch and and adjust the spices for the dish, and it's the same pouch, but the pinch isn't the same every time. Sometimes it's obviously salt. Sometimes it's flakes of dried red pepper. It's not the same twice.
This guy's got a refined palate. Okay, got yourself a refined palate there, Ember. And he's and I apologize fast. And Eric, I apologize for asking you all these questions. So
Quite all right.
He looks around the camp, and nudges Ember quietly, like, so what are with the twin mountains over there, and the guy giving me the evil eye?
Well, the the Goliath.
You can give me the short version.
The Goliath is a friend and traveling companion. His name is Balthazar. He's a bard of some repute, and Yvaine actually has hired him to teach her some arts in writing and calligraphy, and he is picking up some of our stories and tales. I'm certain that if you're here for the evening, we may be able to cajole him into sharing one of his performances.
Oh,
He's really quite good. A little dark and sometimes morose, but really very good. The other lady, I don't know all that well. She's a friend of the gentleman there in red and blue. She's been afflicted, I think is the best word.
She's sick.
Yes. There's a blighted place, I guess is the best description I can give of it. And she ran afoul of that place when she was younger, and it had a
negative influence.
On her. She's quite pleasant from what little I know. We've only just met, and it's because of that interaction and hopes that she may have some memories or recollections that might prove useful. During our time in Western, we had an opportunity to deal with some unpleasantness. Some of it was of a spiritual nature.
Undead.
Yes.
I know exactly the kind of thing you're talking about.
And in the course of that, this particular location has become an area of interest and focus to a greater or lesser degree. And as we can glean more information, I think that as a group, we would be interested in bringing some surcease to those
regions of Tal'Dorei.
Yes.
Okay, I
This
see.
particular one is semi-mobile, or at least its entrance is.
I see. Okay.
It's a cursed and blighted place.
Okay.
If you've traveled from Stilburn to Western to Kaimal, you may have heard of it. A place called Shade Barrel.
Okay. DM. Can I make a history check to see if I've ever heard of Shade Bear on my travels?
Go for it.
Okay. 4. I'm getting worse.
Jeez, you just don't know nothing.
Best get this stuff out of the way now.
I'll say I'm gonna give you some because like you've been around enough and you would have heard some. It's just some like maybe you kind of pass it off like you're a very sort of not very I mean you are, but like you're not a very doesn't sound like you're a very superstitious individual. Maybe you just kind of pass it off as like it's not my business. But there is this urban legend that goes around about this like spooky crypty place somewhere in the dividing plains. That's about as much as you know. It's
I've heard drunken men repeat ghost stories to me before. Yeah, apparently this one's true. And
I can testify that it's truer than anybody would like it to be.
Well, that's unfortunate then. One last thing. Who's the stiff?
I think the stiff stands up quite happily, and he'll sort of the dagger back into his pocket with like a skilled hand, and he'll put a hand forward, and he'll say, "Oh, sorry, I'm just making sure I'm getting the right info out." He'll say, "Alistair Vivitrovos."
Alistair, what? The list of shits. I'm sorry.
Have you forgot? Do you not know? Is common not your first language?
Oh no, I'm common. Just.
Yes, you seem quite common. It's Alistair de Vitrovos.
Alistair de Vitrios. Okay, then. I have trouble hearing people.
Spell it if you lack the skill.
Okay, I get de Vitrios. Understood. Nero Duskval, and I take him by the hand and I kind of shake it like hard, like as not as hard as possible, but like firmly, because I'm getting a bad vibe from this guy.
Okay,
I get the sense he doesn't like me.
He sort of like looks at you and he says, and he sits back down and says, "Tell me, Nero, how does a solitary individual such as yourself survive on them?"
Well. To be honest, I'm pretty damn lucky, I gotta say. Getting villages, relying on the charity of strangers, Honestly, I do have some talents of my own, and he will take out in his hand. He will put one hand over his other, and he when he lifts it up, he casts my illusion, and there's a tiny red robin sitting in his hand.
Yes. I see.
I do.
He sort of looks you over. He says,
"I am in fact a conjurer of cheap tricks, Alistair."
Sort of looks you over and he says, "So spellcaster, very good."
Something like that. Picked up a few tricks along the road. Tell me, do I get the sense that he's a clerical type?
He has a holy amulet on. That doesn't necessarily mean a person is a cleric, but possibly.
Yeah. So you praise the high and mighty just like our friend Finch over there, huh?
Not quite like the glorious paladin over there, no. But I am a holy man, if that is what you mean. Whereas Finch worships honor and doing the right thing and defending the weak, I honor death and blood.
Ooh. Oh, he gives like a sarcastic like, "Oh wow, that's intimidating. Wow, that's I'm sure that gets you a lot of chicks, dude."
You mock the Raven Queen.
No.
It sounds like you're mocking the Raven Queen to her own priest.
Raven Queen? I've never met the Raven Queen. I got nothing against the Raven Queen. I'm just mocking you.
Okay.
Can I do a religion check and see what I know about the Raven Queen?
Sure, make a religion check.
12! I'm getting better
Yeah.
now, guys!
Getting better. The Raven Queen, the goddess of death and fate, she who protects the path of those who their mortal lives extinguish. She is the one who harbors them onto the next life, and she abhors the undead in all of its forms. Anything that would violate the natural cycle of life and death, she permits her followers to dispatch them with great hostility.
She's the god of death, but hates undeath. Okay.
Yep.
Yeah, she's one of those gods that gods of death that hates undeath, right?
One of those, you know another?
It's like, yeah, I've heard of. I'm from well, when we've been spent enough time in Stillben and met a lot of people from across the world. You have a lot. You meet a lot of strange folk, you know.
Oh, well, tell me about one.
Oh,
You seem to
really?
know more than most I've met, maybe even me. Please tell me
Oh.
of this other god of death that you know of.
Oh wow! Oh wow! Let me think.
Yes, you think. You take some time.
You cannot. If there are any mind readers of the group, Nero thinks "fuck you." I've met some travelers from the place called the wastes of Jorhas. They say they worship a great light, and keeps returning them. Whenever one of their worshippers dies, they just keep bringing them back in different forms, again and again and again. I don't think you wouldn't like them. You wouldn't like them.
I'm gonna have you roll. So is that accurate lore?
From what I know about Critical Role, yes, it's a very vague description. Like I heard from a guy.
Roll me a history check to see if you are aware of this lore.
Okay, history check.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. 4.
4. Okay, so
It's a very disjointed version. Like,
so I'll tell you what. I'll say, yeah, you haven't heard that before, but you can decide if you're like making something up to kind of like feel like kind of trying to deceive him a little bit into pretending he knows something that he doesn't if you want.
well, and by the way, well, I've known other gods. I've heard of other gods to be exact. My time. I've met a sailor. I've met a sailor one from Marquette, I believe, who believes that who believes that the world is on the back of a great tortoise who floats through the astral sea or something like that.
Is that what you believe?
It feels like, it feels like I believe. I don't know. It feels like if I ever got to speak to a turtle that has the world on its back, I'd say hi to it. Like say, oh wow, there's a turtle. It has a world on its back. Guess that guy was right.
Very interesting.
And I will,
Nero,
Ryan, that was a bold-faced lie. Can I roll a deception check?
Yes, you have. Sure, go ahead and roll a deception check.
24.
24. He looks at you with the look of a man who genuinely believes you believe what you're saying. If that makes sense. You get the sense that you're standing before a very intelligent man, and he sort of looks at you with the, well, everyone must have their good faith, and I hope your world turtle brings you much happiness, Mr. Nero.
It's not my world turtle, just the one I've heard about. Matter of fact, let's all get to know each other better. Come on, everybody, come on over. And everybody sit down. Yes, it's our two big friends over there. Yeah, come on over, sit down. Let's break out the cups for a sec.
You invite them over. The big ones sort of come over. They'll introduce themselves. The sort of grim Goliath will say, "Good evening. I hope I was not rude in my not coming over, giving you your space. My name is Balthazar Bleakskull of Westren, College of the Savage. Pleasure to make your acquaintance.
I stand on the stump to view him, to try to get to eye length with him. Like, it's good. It's Balthazar. Good to meet you. Good to meet you, man. Good to meet you, my friend. Got quite a figure, you know.
Oh, amongst Goliath, I think many of my kin would disagree with you, but you are kind to say so.
Yeah. Well, you cannot wrong. And you, my good lady. Who are you? Exactly.
The furball goes, I'm Camelia's spring shower. It's nice to meet you, sir.
Camilla Springshower. I reach out to shake her hand.
She'll kind of like look at it and she'll do like the Professor Quirrell thing, kind of like, oh, I think I better not. I do not wish to be rude, but I don't think it would be a pleasant experience.
It's a pleasant experience meeting you, I assure you.
Okay.
Thanks. Well,
And she'll like with her fingers like touch your hand, and immediately like the veins in your hand like sort of protrude down your hand, and you immediately get this like gross like necrosis sensation in your hand.
Ah.
She goes, oh yes, sorry, I warned you. I'm terribly sorry.
That's okay. It's okay. You're almost curious. I will say, Miss Spring Shadow.
Spring shower.
I'm so
like
sorry.
That's okay.
Camilla.
Camellia.
Camellia. You're one of the most fascinating. I think you're one of the most fascinating people I've ever met in my travels.
Oh, well, that's very kind of you to say.
Take pride in that. I've traveled a lot.
Oh,
I've traveled quite a lot.
Oh, okay. I'll be sure to take pride in that.
I also ask Ember, how many cups does everybody have?
We should have plenty and to spare.
Okay, cool. He's gonna go over to his horse and he's gonna take out. He goes over to his horse and Ryan, this is mainly for roleplay purposes. Bear with me, please. And he takes out two. He takes out like about 2 or 3 bottles of alcohol, of different types of alcohol.
So I'll tell you what.
It's just mainly for roleplay.
I do want to bear with you, but
I understand.
I'll say because it's not in your inventory, you do not have them, and also for the sake of moving the game along.
I'm sorry.
No, don't be sorry at all. But we'll say like, yeah, you sit around the fire, and there'll be plenty of opportunity to speak some more. But let's proceed a little bit. So you guys sit around the fire. You've met everybody, basic introductions, and you have some food, and everybody begins to settle into camp. And I think Camellia will say, "Well, Mr. Nero, do you think I heard you're going to Emon. Do you think you'll be joining us?"
It feels like, well, if I can, if I don't go along with you, the only person I have to talk to is the horse. Is my horse, old Stumpy, over there. I'll be over there, so I think I'll stay with you guys for now, if you can bear with me, if you can bear this burden.
Well, the roads are usually safer with more people, so I'm sure it will be a grand experience.
Don't worry. I'm sure if you are in any danger, you'll break them in half.
Oh, and she wanders away with that. She just kind of giggles weirdly.
Did I say something? Should I not have said that to the others?
Balthazar says, "Oh, by no means. She just seems well, we're getting to know her."
Okay. Well, it feels like I look forward to getting to know her too. And just in summary, like, this is the evening, correct?
Yeah, like you're all about to go to bed.
Okay, yeah, and before we go to bed, just for storytelling purposes, I just say I introduced everyone to this game I learned from a Marquesian sailor, same guy, the turtle guy, and he taught me like it's somebody. So somebody says something they don't know. So here's how game works: somebody says something they've never done before, and anyone who's done that thing takes a drink. And I try to get people to play this game with me.
And Yvaine says, I'm not playing a drinking game before I have watch. I'm sorry.
Okay. Well, thank
But
you.
when we're in
Well,
town and nobody has to take a watch, I'd be all about it.
well, very well. I'll maybe for another day. I have a quick sip in your honor, Yvaine. Thank you for keeping watch over the rest of us tonight.
Man.
And
So yeah, with that, everybody sort of heads to bed. And you all manage to get a long rest. It seems that the appearance of Nero is the only moderately hostile thing that is crossed your path.
moderately hostile. I love that rhyme.
So okay, so that is day 2. You guys have 6 days, so you're getting close. And again, interrupt me if you ever want to stop and do anything, but you all mount up on day 3 and begin to sally on down the road.
As we're traveling down the road, I ride near Paladin Finch, and I ask them, "Your friend Alistair over there, he
Yeah.
he doesn't like me."
I don't think I would say that. We are all. He's been new to our party, so we're all getting to know one another. He's very friendly folk. I feel like if you continue to talk with him, you'll find that he is good company.
No, okay. Okay. Well, I don't. I just wanted to make sure I didn't do anything that offended him too much.
I don't think so.
It feels like I don't. I have no interest in offending people's religion. To be clear, not. It's
Please understand that me, myself, and Alistair, and other individuals of extreme faith, we recognize and understand. Not only are we, while we hold our practice dear, we don't try and enforce that on other individuals as much as we can muster. We don't expect other people to necessarily believe in all the things that we believe in. And also, we're very accustomed to other individuals feeling strongly about our beliefs. So I assure you, especially with his practice, I'm certain that you wouldn't be the first individual to question his faith.
oh well. It's good to know. I look forward to getting to know you too, you Paladin Finch. See,
Yes, you as well.
you seem like you're the safest person to be around at the moment.
I try to be.
If there's ever danger, I'll be right at your back, hiding behind it.
That's probably the safest place.
Along with the rest of the party.
Yeah, that's what Finch wants.
That's like the title card of like the Aurora. If the Aurora Court had like a poster, it'd be like Paladin of Finch, shield gleaming in the front, and then the rest of the Aurora Court like sort of like
Yeah, for sure.
poking out from behind you.
Yeah.
While you're riding Nero, you're like going to your like saddlebag or whatever to get something, and you notice sort of sitting on the back of your horse is this strange little rabbit with a little horn, like almost like a unicorn like horn sticking out of its head. And it's just sort of like sitting kind of goofily on its butt with its like feet out in front of it. And it's like staring at you.
And I look at it, and I surprised, and I after taking a moment, being taken aback for a moment, I look at it closer. I think to myself, and I realize, and I say, Yvaine, is this a friend of yours?
Oh,
It
that's
seems like
Happy.
it seems like a friend of yours.
Yeah, that's Happy. He's my friend.
He's a cute little horned large rats thing.
He's an
What's your
owl
AC?
mirage, but he's sort of a bunny. Think of him as like a bunny with a horn, and he's very brave.
I'm sure. Okay, hold on. Let me check. Let me double check.
No, it's okay. You don't have to worry about it. It's not that high. You're like a little rat thing, and I think it's the first time the party's ever seen Happy do this. Just like points the horn down, and like a charging bull just runs at you, Nero. And it's not enough to like damage you, but he like pokes the back. Happy pokes the back of your hand. You're like, ah, shit. And then Happy like bounces off of your horse back onto like Yvaine's horse.
What? Oh, I get it. Oh, I get. Oh, so he's not a rat. He's clearly a raccoon, am I right?
Happy like does the like angry bunny like stomp on your like thigh, Yvaine.
Yeah, Yvaine goes goes and pushes up next to Alistair.
Yeah, you just sort of like ride past Nero up next to Alistair.
Yep.
Yep.
It's like, does the bunny give me a dirty look as it's riding past?
Oh yeah, as like over Yvaine's shoulder, it's like some shit like that. I don't know.
Bombastic side eye.
It feels like
Yeah, exactly.
I I say to Paladin Finch, so I've made an enemy of a cleric and a bunny and a horned bunny. Interesting.
I wouldn't say enemy. Again, I feel like you need to just Happy is very protective of the party, and I think it's just going to take some time for them to become accustomed to you, as well as and I'll like look over and I'll be like Fen. So best be on
Yeah.
your most righteous behavior.
It feels like I'll be on my best behavior, if only for you, High Paladin.
I love the idea of like Paladin Finch amongst like a dozen or so like skilled adventuring warriors of significance on Tal'Dorei is like, yeah, the bunny Happy is very protective of us. Like,
Yeah,
I love that.
we know who wears the pants. Okay, it's
Yeah.
Happy and Fen.
Happy's our leader.
All hail.
Oh man.
I whisper this to make sure that Happy doesn't hear it, but are we sure it's not a demon in disguise?
Oh, we're certain. Yeah, no, it's just a little
Okay.
fey creature. It's a little fey.
Okay. He keeps riding along.
Do you have much experience with fey creatures in your travels? They are very quirky little things.
Well, in the past, I've tangled with a hag in the past from the swamps around Stillbend once.
I'll tell you what. This is an interesting potential piece of information for you, Nero. Why don't you roll me? I don't know. A history check. Let's say a history check to see if you've sort of ever really encountered the Fae in their forms.
Okay, hold on. History check.
Yeah.
3.
Jesus, dude.
I best to get him out of the way this session.
I guess so.
You do know you're supposed to be rolling the die 20, right?
Yeah. Honestly. Yeah. Rolling
D&D Beyond does not like me.
I guess not. You get some physical dice out if you want. Yeah. So we'll say like, no, I guess not. That would have been interesting, but no, you have not encountered many Fae in your travels.
Not many. Beyond that one swamp hag, not many.
Understood. Well, you'll get some exposure now.
So you're from Emon. So you're from Emon, huh?
I am. Yes, I was born and raised there up until a little while ago. Before I ran into my compatriots here, I was a student of that's a long story. I feel like they're just going to get really caught up in all of that, especially being like, not exactly too thrilled to be getting close to Emon. So you'll hear them likely catch their own self on their story, and I'll just say a story for another time. But yes, I was born and raised there.
Okay, cool. You haven't heard of the place called the Drunken Dragon, have you? Run by a small, old halfling guy?
You have not, Finch.
I was gonna say, I don't. That doesn't ring a bell. If you're familiar with Amon, which I'm not certain if you are, because you mentioned you.
Nope.
Even been there. I spent most of my time in the military district or the temple district. I'm not certain where that would exist within the city walls, but I spent most of my time there. On occasion visiting the Cloud Top district, but mostly in the temple and military.
By the book type. By the book type, huh?
Yes, and when you get to Amon, you'll see why.
Like, okay. He just Nero just rides along, pondering what she meant by "you'll see when we get there."
All right, fantastic. All right, so that was day 3. No troubles there. Moving on to day 4. We're halfway there, guys. Oh no, it doesn't tell me if that's a 16 or an. Oh well, that's definitely 19. Okay, I guess something's gonna happen on day 4. Let's take a
Ooh,
look.
yay!
Woohoo. Just because we all want to get to Emon. You guys just sort of ride by. You've seen a couple of on the road, and you guys ride by what is like a Daxio Outrider camp, where you see, quite a few individuals of like the squadrons. Like they seem to roam in like battalions of about 100 warriors. But you just sort of ride by and you see like another battalion, or not the full battalion. There's like riders on the road and such, but a couple dozen Daxio Outriders have set up sort of a military camp.
With like wooden palisades or something like that, wooden walls.
I wouldn't say anything that extreme, but they definitely would have built the what do they call when they like lash two together and they sharpen the tips? What are they called? They're just
Those
um,
things.
those things,
Palisades.
exactly.
Make a history check, Ryan.
Palisades. Yeah, honestly.
Does it look like the kind of outriders like we would normally see just on the roads, or does it look
Yeah.
more significant? Like, all right.
Just a road outpost. Like anybody who wants to know more about the activities of the Daxio Outriders can roll a history check if they want. But this is definitely like a camp, just like a little like outpost for the Daxio Outriders.
I'm going to try rolling, and as I'm about to roll, Nero also kind of moves Old Stump onto the other side of the traveling group.
Okay.
From the far visual side from the Daxio Outriders.
Got it. Daxio very, very visibly avoids the eye line of the Daxio Outriders in your group.
Okay, 11.
11. The Daxio Outriders are stationed at Fort Daxio, quite a ways north of Emon, but not too far. And with that role, you would know that, like, you don't know the exact habits, but you know that, some of the military stays there. That's like the formal military of Tal'Dorei. Some of the military stays at Fort Daxio, but many of its battalions will sort of span across the continent, patrolling the roads, guarding emissaries, hunting bandits, whatever. They're just sort of the military.
Like not high. Okay, government adventurers, basically.
Yeah, it's the government's military, basically.
Yeah, when they can't outsource something.
Yeah. Okay, so that's that for that day. We're gonna move along because we're so close. So day 5 rolls around. Luckily, it's 20 for encounters and not double nat ones. So good thing I got that out of the way for me whenever that comes. And you all awaken on day 6. Today's the day! Where some of you are like, woohoo, we're going to the big city. Where Yvaine, you're like, this is, maybe Yvaine, you who, doesn't have history there, you're like, this is the big city, this is the beating heart of Emon, and Allura Visorin, and Vox Machina. Whereas you, Finch, you're like, yeah, Emon. Yeah.
Actually, Yvaine is trying very hard to keep it all on the inside.
Okay. Well, I'll say, as far as your NPCs go, Zarvolg's teacher couldn't give a shit. Beverly's a little excited. She's going to Wonderland, she's going to Disneyland. She's excited. Balthazar, I think Balthazar would never express enthusiasm for anything too much, that would ruin the whole persona. But you can see that there is there seems to be a little glimmer. This is where a lot of bards go. This is the interesting place. A bard's experience is the measure of his art. So, a moderate interest.
He's not entirely unhappy to be there.
He's not entirely like in the throes of despair at this time. Camellia,
Ryan?
she looks. Hang on a second.
Okay.
Camellia looks very nervous. Very, very nervous. She's like, sort of like, doing that with her staff, and is not like she doesn't want to go, but like, just nervous to be there. And Alistair couldn't care less. You get the sense he's been here many times. Yeah, go ahead, Nero.
Okay, yeah, two things. First of all, I tell Camilla, correct?
Camellia.
Camellia, I'm so sorry, my lady.
It's all good. It's all good. Chameleons.
I see that she's nervous, and I say like, don't be nervous. Don't be nervous. And
Okay.
anybody's too scared of you isn't worth caring about.
Oh, well, I certainly hope nobody's scared of me. That would be sad.
If they are, let them. Don't worry.
Oh, okay. Well, thank you, Nero.
And I ask her and Camellia and a couple other people around camp. You guys all sleep well? Nothing seemed weird at last night at all. Nothing, no bad dreams at all, anything like that. So no across the board.
I guess everyone just stares at Nero blankly. Alistair says, Nero, did you have a bad dream you want to talk about?
Feels like, well, I did, Alistair. It was terrible. It was when I woke up in the dream, everybody woke up, and you were the only one left.
That would be a bad dream for you, wouldn't it?
Yes, for you as well.
Oh, it wouldn't be too bad for me. I would just leave.
It feels like right back at you, buddy.
Goes back to sticking his whatever and eating it off the end of his knife.
Eating his sausage or something.
Yeah, exactly.
I did not intend to be feuding with Alistair so much.
Okay. And with that, you guys will travel down the road. You're going rather close to Emon now. I think you would even see like the Daxio Outrider sort of travelings in like 2s and 4s, sort of increasing in their frequency until you crest the hill or come around the bend, whatever. And you are going to all begin to see it appear over the hill. I want to give you a cool description. Just give me a second while I get my shit together. You guys made it. Made it before halftime, too.
Yay.
We'll just change our little setting here as you leave the road behind. I don't know if I picked the right music for this, but we're going to try. Ooh, maybe I've got a cool track for it over here. This isn't Emon. I didn't build the entirety of Emon. I'm sorry. I like you guys. I don't like you that much.
That would just be silly.
I didn't build the City of Fellowship in a week for you guys. I'm sorry.
You built the entirety of Strixhaven, though, so I feel like what's Emon, really?
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair.
If you built all of Emon, I feel like if you built all of Emon, I'd be drop dead impressed.
If I build all of Emon, I demand a raise.
Yeah, you would, and you would earn it. It's like,
and it's,
okay,
we're going to be here for weeks, so it's not like you can't add on as we need,
Oh, make no mistake, the relevant places in Emon, I have those ready to go. This is, I haven't built Emon as a single board, but there's plenty of Emon to see here in Telspire. I think this is just got to be the right track here. This one might be the one. So, you all are out in the plains, the Aurora Concordant. You have been traveling for so long in the outback, from the stinking streets of Stillben to the respectable and grand Westrun. But here it is. Emon, the City of Fellowship, the beating heart of Tal'Dorei, the seat of the Tal'Dorei Council, where everything is happening, where all news travels through, where all great quests are had, where heroes make their name, where the kingdom of the humans began and has grown to so much. It survived the Chroma Enclave and beyond. Many threats have befallen the city and has survived. This is the place you go if you want to go big. And you have made it. Here in the bustling streets of Emon, you make your way through a number of outlying farmlands. You make your way out through sort of what would be considered the slums, sort of beginning to travel through a densely packed sort of outer city walls, farmlands that span very far, until you begin to approach the 60-foot high walls of alabaster marble that mark the entrance proper to the city of Emon itself. Ember, Finch, you're home. Yvaine, Nero, you're in the big city. And there's much to do and much to see, and it is alive, electric here. There is no place like it. You travel in Yvaine, you who's just been going from like bigger population to bigger population, even from like Terra to Westrun, this is nothing. From Westrun to Emon, there are thousands, tens of thousands of people in this city, maybe more, maybe hundreds of thousands of people. You've never seen so much population packed into one place. You guys travel in through, this would be the Eurodite Quarter, where you see many people packed into different spots. And what do you do? Emon, the City of Fellowship is yours to travel through. Where does the Aurora Concordant go first?
Hold that thought, checking that the date is the 8th of Cursar.
I'll find out for you, because this is the 6th day. You are arriving in the evening. This is 6 days past. So this would be the 7th.
Thank you.
Yeah, this would be the 7th right now.
Nero he's been in and around cities a lot. He likes cities, but he's taken back by just.
Oh yeah, not like this year,
big
Nero.
Oh, wow! Holy crap! She can make it here. I've heard people. Wow, bigger than she said.
God damn it!
That you can somewhat audibly hear Nero say, "It was bigger than she said."
Nero goes, "It's bigger than she said." Sees that nobody heard him. Goes, "It's bigger than she said."
No. I mean, like, I'm saying.
I know. I'm just joking.
That's what she said.
It feels like.
Yeah. Camellia goes, who have you heard this place from, Mr. Nero?
No, I'm just a friend. That's all. Do you want? So, where do you want to first go down here? Where do you want to first stop around here?
Well, I'll tell Finch and Ember, as you guys are entering through the Eurodite Quarter, you would know that this is the district that is home to the upper middle class. So your entrance into Emon is very grand as you come across like nicer, more lavish buildings for the upper class. It's a place for upper middle class, destitute academics alike. We haven't really decided. Finch, do you think your family lives in the Eurodite Quarter, or are you guys like Central District, like upper, like probably Central District, right?
Yeah, honestly, I feel like probably Central District.
Yeah, makes sense. Okay, but nonetheless, you all make your way through the Eurodite Quarter, where it is for you two, as you would know. I'm just going to give you a bunch of information here. One site that is very sort of for the tourists and is a really interesting site, would be the Traverse. The Traverse Junction, which is this. I don't know. It's pretty cool. You think Yvaine would get a kick out of it? It's this pyramid sort of arcane structure that holds a number of magic circles to various places across Tal'Dorei and beyond. It is a sort of a mage's traveler's hub. And more than that, as you are riding past right now, sort of a couple streets over, but very clearly, you see none other than the Alabaster Lyceum, the place of higher education. This is the Harvard of Tal'Dorei. This is the place where the best and brightest go to learn. And this is where you are as you access Emon and see its grandness before you.
And so this is where the library of the Cobalt Soul will be as well, yes?
The Library of the Kobolds, I believe they only actually have like a truly like designated library for the Cobalt Soul in Western, but there's a good chance the members of the Cobalt Soul are there.
It's not a Cobalt Reserve. It's a, library. It's a small one. But I mean, that's what
I'll go double check just to be safe.
it said. They had a library there, and then it made a point that it wasn't a major one. It wasn't a hub. It was a little annex.
A little annex. All right. I'll go double check in the meantime. But that is to say, if the Cobalt Soul was to be found many places, it would be found there.
Okay.
It's one of those micro lending libraries at the end of the driveway.
Yeah. Exactly.
He's Nero's gonna lean over to Ember and Finch and ask them. So I'm a little taken aback by just how big this place is. Where do we go exactly?
Well, that's an incredibly broad question. It depends on what do you want to do.
Well, like Nero thinks for a moment and he says, "Well, honestly, I'd like some leather armor. To be honest, I don't want to get stabbed in the guts."
Okay.
As you stand in like the upper middle, like alabaster building, like servant cut lawns.
Yeah, I assure you, in this quarter, that won't be a concern. Maybe if you venture away from the party into the slums, perhaps that would be something you would need to keep your wits about you. But I assure you, you're in, and I'll look around and I'll just look back at him and I'll say, safe company.
Yeah, safe company, sure. No. I know. No. I've experienced enough rich people in my time. The backstabbing just comes second nature to them.
Alistair says, I imagine it's more like the upper classes experienced you too much.
Feels like, they'd say that. He says under his breath, they'd say it that way.
What was that?
They'd say it that way.
Under his Alistair breath. Says, as you say it under your breath, Alistair says, what was that?
Feels like I have no idea what you're talking about, Alistair.
You do know you talk to yourself, right?
Feels like talk to yourself. You know you like getting other people's business. You know that? That's my job. Is that a commandment of the Raven Queen?
No, it's just it's part of my job, though.
Part of your job. Maybe he speaks under his breath again. Maybe get a new one.
I will say, I mean, I guess maybe a DM. I'll ask you, is it? I don't say commonly known, but we've been talking about the calamity, right? There were many towns that were destroyed in the calamity. Including Emon. Is that something that is very common knowledge, to whether or not people have been there? Is it common knowledge, what's happened with the calamity, or is that something that needs to be explained?
I guess my question to you would be: do you mean common knowledge amongst the everyman? Because
kind of every person, they know the general understanding of what happened with the calamity. Maybe not all of the details, but that there were important towns that have gone through a restructure, rebuilding, all of that.
I think the everyman. I think everyman is aware of the calamity, anyone is aware of World War I or World War II, but it's up to the individual if they know the specifics. But yeah, people would know that it was a huge devastating apocalyptic event where civilization was pretty much wiped out, and so I think they would assume that Emon was built post calamity, or at least rebuilt.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay. Yeah, so Nero, I'm sure that you are aware of the events that took place with the calamity and everything thereafter. So
calamity. Let's see. I know this place got stomped by a big red dragon decades ago.
It has, yes. So again, depends on what you're looking for, but just keep in mind where you stand. and what the citizens of this town have had to do to rebuild their homes, their businesses, their livelihood.
It was like, so you admit this place has been dangerous in the past?
Oh no, not dangerous. They were very much victimized. They were not the danger. They were the recipients of an incredible threat.
So you admit this place has been dangerous before?
Sure, yes, if you want to categorize it that way.
Because and Nero just nods like, exactly.
Hey, Ryan.
Yes, sir.
Oh, is there a? I would assume that part of fundraising is taxing newcomers. So there's probably a mandatory stop to count heads, count horses, and tax them accordingly. And it's also where if people are new to the city, they could probably get directions to a place.
Mm-hmm. Well, normally yes, but for whatever reason in this city, I think like if they bring carts and goods and such, then yes. But as you guys travel through, indeed there are the arms of Emon stationed at the various gates. But as you seem to be like a group of individuals, they do let you pass, but not with a fee.
Oh, well, when we're moving through, I do want to ask, would they be familiar with the horny dragon, the drunken dragon, some inn with a dragon?
You can start asking around if you want to do yeah, you ask you find someone knowledgeable. Well, I'll tell you what, Ember, if you want to find someone who knows like a lot about the commonplaces of the city, your mother's tavern is quite the hub, or probably is anyway.
Ryan,
You wanted to head in that direction. Yeah, Nero.
Yeah, I have a quick question. She talked about the calamity. How much would I know about the calamity?
Make me a history or religion check. It is your choice.
Yeah, they're both the same.
I guess as well as like not only the calamity, right, but it was more like the attack by like the Chroma Conclave, right? That was really what was like in most recent that destroyed the town, is it not?
Yes. Jesus,
Natural
Nero.
one.
Oh,
No
you don't
idea.
know
Nero, you know. I guess Nero just like if it's not. At least if we're following what the dice are saying, if it hasn't ever been immediately important to you, Nero, maybe you didn't care too much about it.
He's like one of those people. He's like one of those people who can't tell the difference. Who keeps mixing up World War I and World War II.
Yeah, like
God,
you've
yeah,
got
right.
you got the. I guess so. In all honesty, like you've got the like the schism, right? The called
the
calamity.
thing of things. Yeah,
You know the
thing is
basic
important.
information where like the gods went to war and fucking destroyed everything.
Yeah,
and, that's about all you know.
Yeah, the gods. One of their girlfriends cheated on them with the other one or something like that, and they all started fighting. Everyone died.
But
Like
I admit I'm not fully aware of what exactly the debate here is between you and between Finch and Nero. So Nero, you want to know if the city has been dangerous at any point in time?
It's just for shits and giggles. It's not a serious debate.
Okay, but yes, about 23 years ago, for whatever reason, around the time that
25.
most of the people in this party were born, the Chroma Enclave did attack and decimate large portions of the city.
Oh yeah, it was like 25, something like that. But yeah,
it was about 24 years ago, something like that.
Yeah, kind of close to my lifetime, so he'd know that.
Yeah, you probably know about that.
Exactly, and I didn't want to bother the point with Fidge. I was just being comedic.
Yeah, no worries. Yeah.
So I think at this point I would turn to Ember, just because like we recognize that like we're in our home city, and I feel like there's probably like a lot of things that we probably want to do, and I will ask, where is your mother's tavern located?
Well, the Spark is down in the dock ward, and we could certainly head down there. That's my eventual stop, but we may be closer to here to where your folks might be. I know that you've got doings there and associated trepidations, so if you want to put that off, I'm I'm happy to steer us to someplace other.
I feel like I think Finch is just gonna not know how to like really be like responding in this environment just because of the nature of like what happened when they were leaving.
You hear someone go, "Holy shit, is that Paladin Finch?" No, I'm kidding. Not kidding.
Yeah, like,
Not that fast. Not that fast. You're good. I'm just kidding.
I think we're like from a I guess like a story perspective, like I know Ryan, we talked about kind of like what was all involved with that. So like I think we agreed that like it wasn't necessarily like a facial recognition thing, more than like people were aware that something was like something happened and it was a big deal.
Yeah, like it was very much a recognition by ceremony situation where it's like, because like people don't have like phones and shit, so nobody can just like look up the appearance of people. So it was very much like oh, this is happening over here, we better go see it. But chances are you're not going to be recognized on the street.
So to answer that question, Ember, I mean, my family, specifically my father, I suppose I'm making the assumption that he would still be in our family home. My brothers, on the other hand, I can't speak for them. I'm not sure if they would even have remained in Emon or have gone elsewhere. We can make our way there if you would like.
Does Lady Seema live here?
She does, in the Cloud District.
It would, if it helps you stall a little bit, Finch. Your family is of such presentation and such grandeur that sort of like informing them of your impending arrival, so that there could be some level of like the family gathering to greet home their wayward. Maybe it wouldn't be too weird if you're like showing up from your journeys like a little rugged, a little dirty. I might add to the drama, but I don't think your family would be like, "Oh, you're not clean." But and they wouldn't be upset if you arrived unannounced. But if you wanted to send like an announcement, like "I will be there on the morrow," that would be fine by them. Give them a chance to rally the family and the servants and everything.
We can
I feel like
and announce you.
Yeah, I feel like if I were to exist in Emon for a longer period of time and my family were to find out that I was here without coming to see them, it would be my head on a stake. So yes, I will send for, or I will,
We can head to the Spark, so you'll know where it is, and we can hire a courier to deliver a missive or what have you.
Yes, that's not a problem. I know how to access those individuals here, so that is fine.
Beverly says, "Oh, I could try. I mean, I could for sure find my way there and deliver it for you if you wanted."
Okay. Are you comfortable? Okay, I'm most certain that you've never been in this city before.
No, I've never. No.
Okay. All right then. I feel like this could be a good opportunity for you. So I will give her like 10 gold just to kind of like just in case. And yes, send What's
Would it be better to actually get to the tavern, the Ember's mother's place, and then maybe you pen something that presents to them?
I have like scroll and quill.
Oh, there you go.
It's
So,
already
like,
wrote. You're like, just in case.
yeah. So like I'll have that like drawn up, and I will send for her. And I mean, I guess I'll just indicate to her. So I feel like this is a good opportunity for you to be off on your own a little bit, in a city that I feel mostly comfortable with. I need you to keep your wits about you, in
Okay.
regards to where you are within the city limits. Do not go into the slums.
Oh,
Um,
okay.
So you are going to, it won't be very difficult. If you are looking, you will ask, where is the location of the Andegard family? And individuals within the city limits would likely be more than able to point you in the direction of my father's residence.
Okay. Okay. I can handle it. And then I'll meet you all at it's called the Rousing Spark?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. I can do this.
Okay. And like, yeah, obviously she has her horse with her, so, she can
Yeah.
travel that way.
Yeah. She says, okay, I'll see you all there. Okay. And with a courage, but a nervousness, Beverly hits the big city to deliver a message.
Beverly in the Big City spinoff.
Hot child in the city, I guess. She's like riding around, and she's like, I'm lost immediately.
She turns one corner and is totally lost.
It's like, oh, what's wrong, dear? I lost my paladin.
You're gonna need to be more specific than that in this city.
But she'll sort of begin to ride towards. I think you would direct because like very visibly there's like Cloudwatch Palace, and then the sort of central district built onto the mountain or the hill mountainside just beneath, and you'd be like, that's the district you want to go to. So she's on her way. You got her in the right direction. She sort of disappears down the road.
So, hi, Paladin Finch. By the way, Finch's first name, last name.
So Finch is my first name. Andegard is my last. Is my surname?
Andegard, interesting. Is there scared of going home? Some reason, nervous about seeing the folks for any reason?
I feel like we're still getting to know one another, so maybe not completely comfortable giving you my whole life story. But in summary, there were specific reasons why I left. Not nefarious, just there were certain circumstances that were a little overwhelming for me, let's say that. And my mentor, who is still within these city limits, unless she's wandering around somewhere else, I guess, helped me escape for a little while. And all of this will make a lot more sense to you in time.
I see. Can I, Ryan?
Mm-hmm.
May I do an insight check on Finch?
Sure.
This feels like something Nero might want to know about. Okay, it's okay, highest roll yet, 15.
15. I think it wouldn't be difficult to see that there is like a certain nervousness, especially like I was going to give you a deception check, Finch, but like with all the conversation that had already transpired, somewhat revealing. Like I think you would just detect that Finch's return brings some nerves with it, and whatever the circumstances of Finch leaving were not like catastrophic, but not ideal.
Interesting. Okay then. Okay, awesome then. So I'm my good Lord Ember, where can I find your mom's place?
Well, we'll head right there.
Awesome. And by the way, Finch, don't worry about the slums. Don't worry about the slums. I was her age once, and I turned out fine.
I grew up here. Okay. Yes, I grew up here.
It's also worth noting that for Finch and Ember, what would be considered the slums are a part of the quarters that are outside the walls.
Right.
So inside the walls is like the good place. Like it's not perfect. Like there's
Oh no, yeah, yeah.
yeah, but yeah, you
Don't
guys are
wander
in
outside the city walls. Yeah.
exactly. Yeah, exactly. If that's what they told kids in Amon, they're like, don't go outside the city walls at night, basically.
So we traveled through the slums to get in here.
Essentially.
You would have traveled. Yeah, it would have been. It's farmland, but there's also sort of elements of like lower income, a little slummy individuals. Definitely smaller than other portions of the exterior.
Beverly will turn out fine. I was her age once. I went through the slums like everybody. I went through the slums. I turned out fine.
Okay.
The most judgmental glare from Finch.
Yeah, I feel like this is one of those things where they know they just want to keep their peace and be polite. Onward then, and they'll like
Yeah. By definition, one of the more protective paladins out there, being a paladin of Bahamut. But yes, you ride on, and as you guys make your way through the Eurodite corridor, I'm just going to sort of accentuate the explanation of the two more prominent sites that would be along your way, for the sake of maybe you might want to come back and do a little sightseeing. I don't think you guys would actually pass the Traverse Junction, but you will certainly pass the Alabaster Lyceum. So I will describe it. Just half a minute as I travel over to its description. You guys are riding along, and you see this tall building that takes up an entire city block. It is a gleaming, alabaster, gleaming white-hulled building. Even through sort of the open concept windows, you see elaborate gardens placed in the center of this miraculous university. As you gaze upon it, it signals this is a place of higher learning. This is the greatest institute of higher learning in all Tal'Dorei, debated by some, such as the dwarves of Craghammer or the elves of Singorn, but generally speaking, it is well regarded as the place where the greatest go to learn and become even greater still as you ride by.
Yvaine is as we ride, like as she passes, looking at it longingly. Sorry.
we'll come back.
Yeah, you're
I
looking
promise.
at it.
There is no rush for us to leave here. I assure you, we will come.
Place of higher learning, huh? How much knowledge is behind those walls, do you think? I ask this to like the group in general.
What was the question?
How much knowledge do you think's behind those walls, do you think?
Balthazar would say, well, being educated in the College of the Savvy, and considering that it didn't compare to West Hall Academy, and West Hall Academy certainly doesn't compare to the Lyceum, maybe 3 or 4 times as many books as even what the Reserve had in Westrum.
Are you serious?
It's the Alabaster Lyceum. At least the quality of learning is exceptionally better.
I thought that I'd never seen so many books in my life when I first went into the reserve.
Well, perhaps me and you need to have a little field trip.
Did they just let anybody walk on in there into the library?
Well, there's only one way to find out. I imagine not, but better to ask
we'll come
forgiveness
back
and permission sometimes.
Well, why not? I'll come back and join you guys up. Why not?
You? I mean, excuse me.
Yes.
I mean, no disrespect, but you have interest in the Alabaster Lyceum.
Well, I'd like to see how much those know-it-alls actually know. You know?
Oh,
I think
Pleasant.
that's a really poor attitude to go into a place of higher learning with.
If they want to live. Hey, look, they put out that reputation. They gotta live up to it.
well,
Right.
I won't say it to their
Perhaps
face.
a solo
Okay.
trip then, yeah?
yeah, perhaps it's a solo trip for you, and you can scoff, and me and Yvaine can go and genuinely enjoy it.
Okay. Look, I'm not gonna. Look, okay. Look, I won't say it to their face. I genuinely want to look up something. Okay.
No, you'll say it underneath your breath when everyone can hear it. And then when you realize that maybe someone didn't hear it, you'll say it again, only louder and ruder.
Feels like. Do you both think so little of me?
It's not little, it's what you've done, literally, repeatedly.
Good
It's
points.
not an opinion, it's a description of repeated behavior.
Okay,
If
that's
you
fair.
find it unpleasant, the judgment is yours.
Okay, fair. I'll shut my mouth whenever we go near there.
And as you ride along, you begin to make your way. You cross the bridges to the central district, but turning a sharp left before entering, and begin to make your way down the sort of waterway bridge as you see the great stream of water travel through the center of Emon. And you all travel along, making your way ever closer to the port of Emon, where there's much to see, much to do, and even more importantly, someone to see. And we will catch up with Ember's mom in a minute.
Awesome.
But let's go ahead and have a break. A little 5-10
Ember's mom!
minutes.
Yeah.
It's time. It's time to meet Mama Ember. Speaking of which, I'm just gonna, just in case I need it, to open up that backstory quick. Oh,
Ember, what are your
okay.
mother's favourite flowers? We can't go empty-handed.
Well, we'll bring home. We're not going empty-handed. We'll bring her son home. So that's reason enough for her to like us.
Ember, I love that idea. Like, you're like, what's your favorite flower? Ember's like,
I don't know.
Are you for
don't
real? You
know.
don't know your mother's favourite flower? Well, you've homework now. You have to find out so I know what kind of bush to make for her.
Well, it has always been seasonal, depending on what's available.
Her favourite changes with the seasons? Oh, that's very, very eco-conscious.
Well, she
We're going
likes
into winter.
purple,
Purple, she likes.
so I try
I
to
would
find
see-
flowers that are purple. It's not the type of flower; it's the color.
Oh, no, I agree. I love it. Very well then.
So,
Yvaine's like putting together a winter bouquet in her head.
Yeah, as we're traveling along the road to Ember's mom, I asked him, like, did you were your parents here when the dragons happened?
Yes.
Oh shit.
Oh, shit.
Shit, like, how was it as bad as I've heard?
Worse.
Wait, you said the League of Miracles rebuilt. Oh, shit. I'm sorry, Emma, I just put that together.
Wait, Ryan, would I know what the League of Miracles is?
honestly, like, given your backstory and how related you are to like the civilized places of Tal'Dorei, there's no real check. Yeah, they're around everywhere, man. The League of Miracles, they're great. People love the League of Miracles. They after the Chroma Enclave, they rebuilt Tal'Dorei in like an unfathomably fast amount of time. Like, completely reconstructed Westruun. They're in Stilben, they're in Kymel, they're all over the place, and they have dazzling magic that they use to rebuild places and rebuild structures in a time that no labor force can possibly compare to. So they're great. People love the League of Miracles. They're like fucking heroes. They're the rock stars of Tal'Dorei right now. Okay.
Feels yeah. Oh yeah, those guys. Like, I've heard nothing but good things about them. Good them.
Okay.
They're a
So-
fantastic group of folks.
Did your mom hire them?
They helped us rebuild.
Okay then. So okay, friends of you, friends of me. That's what I say.
So, sorry, I'm trying to contain my excitement over here. I'm just
Okay.
I'm staring at this backstory.
Don't contain it. Let it out. Let it
All
out
right,
and be
so
free,
you-
Ryan.
You guys walk along the strangely, there isn't really a name for it, but the waterways of Emon. And as it sort of opens and opens and you come to the port of Emon, you see this great port, massive, probably larger than any other port you guys have seen, even in Stilben. It borders onto the Osmit Sea, and many of you see the ocean for the first time. Well, Nero, no, you would have. No, that's not true. You guys were over there. But at least the Osmit Sea for the first time. You see it span before you endlessly to the borders of the horizon. And the vast port of Emon has, you imagine, hundreds of thousands of gold pieces of goods flow through here every single day. You see massive galleon ships. You see sail ships all up at port, trading their goods with dock crews and workers that carry everything from crates to barrels to casks of who knows what great luxuries are being brought through the city. Hundreds of ships fill the port at any given time, as you can see, and the dock crews are ever working. You make your way down the road. You hear the sort of sound of the gulls and whatnot, and as you sort of turn the street, Ember, you feel your tension rising a little bit, and you've been gone for some time. You left your mom in charge of faith in your mom, but there's still that just inkling, like, hoping nothing bad has happened, you know? And as you turn the corner, there's the Rousing Spark. Seems to be in good order. People are drinking at tables outside. Seems to be a business as well. It's in good repair. There's even a sign that says, like, stables around back. And it's changed hands many times. You hope your mom's still responsible for it, but it seems to be doing quite well.
Well, I will head out back to drop my oars.
Yeah. I imagine certainly the NPCs will follow, as they're gonna hitch their horse to a random pole. Make your way to the stable. Everybody who wants to stable their horse, where's stabling per day? 5 silver a day. But it seems that the Rousing Spark seems to be associated with this neighboring stable. So 5 silver a day.
I got it, everybody.
Okay.
Thanks you very much for spotting me, man.
And you've been spotted for the week.
Oh shit. The stable hands are like, well, thank you, sir. Very charitable. Enjoy them on. If you need your way finding your way around there, sir, we'll be happy to help.
Is Emma in? Do you know?
Oh yes, she's working.
Fantastic.
She should be just inside.
Thank you.
If you don't mind my saying so, you have a certain familiarity in appearance to her, sir. Do you know her?
Yes, I do.
Oh, well then she'll be quite happy to see you. Have a lovely day.
Thank you.
Incredible. You guys can make your way back around to the main entrance. I think not entirely strange, but nonetheless there. You do see a sort of broad enforcer-like individual sort of standing outside the front door, sort of leaning up against it. You don't recognize this individual, but like your brain says clasp. You've worked in this inn long enough that you know that they've got a Robin Hood reputation around here. They come and go. But you see this guy sort of standing at the door, just kind of watches you all go by, doesn't comment, doesn't say anything. But you enter into the Rousing Spark, and it is beautiful to be home. You see all kinds of stuff, but most importantly, you see your beautiful mother standing behind the bar, sort of turns around, hands an ale to sort of a halfling and a gnome sitting at the corner, sort of discussing. And all of you see this beautiful young woman, actually like about Ember's age. She has beautiful long red hair that's sort of tied into a single braid for the workday. She's wearing a sort of a barmaid's outfit, and she sort of like nods and points to some of the other barmaids that work here, seems to be in charge by wear and dress. Sort of like looks across, and her eyes go massive as she looks over and she sees Ember, and she goes, Ember, you're back.
And it will be a full long run across the place and scoop mom.
Yeah, you scoop mom up and she hugs you and she goes, "Oh my boy, you've returned!" And she kisses you all over your face. And as you put her down, she sort of like turns to like the tavern. She says, "Rousing Spark, my son is home!" And everyone sort of hey, and applauds and stands up, and many of the locals shoot up to their feet, or many of the regulars, I should say, shoot up to their feet. And Ember, you see people, friends, regulars, old salts, neighbors all stand up and sort of, and Ember suddenly swarmed by this sort of greeting of kindness, kindness and patting Ember on the back. Goes, "Where you been, boy? It's good to see you." And sort of, I'm sort of shaking your hand, getting hugs from different people. Maybe young ladies give you a kiss on the cheek. Welcome home, welcome home, and everyone sort of applauds. And she sort of says, "Okay, off with you all now." She says, Ember, she goes, "Could you manage some?" She quickly manages the bar. She says, "Manage the bar. My son's home. I need to." She goes, "Oh, welcome back, Ember." And you see some new people like, "Who's that?" "Oh, it's their son." I go, "Oh, it's over there." Immediately, you're the talk of the tavern, and she sort of directs you over. She sees you have a very large crowd at your back. She goes, "Oh, Ember, I see you have some new friends."
I do indeed. I am pleased to introduce High Paladin. Oh, dear God, the A name was just in my head and it's gone. Help me.
Finch?
Finch, Endegard.
No. Finch, I know. The last name is the piece that I don't know.
Oh, Andegard. Andegard.
Endegard.
Yeah.
Yeah.
High Paladin Finch Andegard.
She sort of like takes the side of her sort of long barmaid dress and kind of like does like a little like middle class informal curtsy. He says, "It's a pleasure to meet you."
And I'll like instead of shaking her hand, I'll like acknowledge that with like kind of like a bow to her. Like usually like I think it's like most customary to like bow deeper in terms of respect.
Yeah, you sort of do a very chivalrous bow. She looks at you, Ember, impressed to be in the company of such a well-regarded paladin.
And this is my friend Yvaine Starborn of Terra, Mistress of the Wild.
My goodness, a mistress of the wild. A great pleasure to meet you, ma'am.
It's good to be here.
This dashing man pointing to Zarvog is Zarvog the Grim, hunter extraordinaire.
Hi, how's it going? She goes, "Oh, well, pleasure to meet you, Zarvog."
Mm-hmm. And his hound, our
Oh
often
my
savior.
goodness. I see. Yep, Fenn's there. You can start going, Alistair, Balthazar, and we can fast track that if you wish to, or not.
I will lean a little bit and point down near Yvaine's ankle where Happy is hiding, and that is Yvaine's companion, Happy.
And Emma goes, "Oh my goodness, it's so cute. Oh my goodness." And Happy just sort of like pops forth, and Emma's like, "Oh my God," and like picks up Happy, who like allows it. She's like, "Look at you," and is like consumed, and Happy's just like,
sweet rolls.
"Oh goodness, we'll have to get this one a sweet." "Oh, I'm so sorry. My apologies, Mistress of the Wild."
Oh no, he likes sweet rolls, please. He really can't get enough of those. It's sort of strange. I don't know where they all go.
"Oh, we'll have to take care of him." Who else, Ember? Tell me who else.
This towering gentleman is Balthazar, Grand Bard of Western.
Well, it's a great honor to meet you, madam. Yes, my goodness, it's a great honor to meet you.
And it's equally tall. Companion is
Camellia Spring Shower.
Spring Shower. Okay. Is Camellia Spring Shower?
She goes, "Hello, it's a pleasure to meet you." She goes, "My goodness, it's a pleasure to meet you. I love your hair." And he goes, "Oh, thank you." And kind to Camellia.
And this gentleman is Alistair,
He sort of he bows similarly to Finch, very chivalrous. He says, "It's a great pleasure to meet you, ma'am. Your son is he's a magnificent man himself." She goes, "Oh, well, thank you for saying so."
And our newest companion is the Dark Rider Nero.
Darker. That's not a title. That's not a Dark Rider. That's not a title, ma'am. I shake her hand and say, your son Amber's a damn good cook. Dick, hope you're
Well,
proud.
my boy, of course I am. He's a magnificent young man.
Everything that I know, I learned from her.
I'd hope he'd be a good cook with that. Well, everyone grab a seat. Yeah, take the long seat over there. And she immediately like starts fussing. She gets you all settled down. I just moved all your minis inside. I'm not gonna move them anymore. I'm sorry. Maybe later. Yeah, she sets you up at like the long table at the end. It's meant for like a party and sits you all down. She's like, "Oh, okay, roll out the amber cask. I want them to have the best drinks," and like sorts you guys out, and you guys are all served. She goes, "Did you just get off the road, Ember? How about
Yes.
some traveler's stew?"
That would be lovely. Thank you very
All
much.
right, we'll do something better for dinner, but and she'll say, "Oh, go tell the cooks that we're going to have what should we have? Oh, how about the duck? Yes, we'll make some of the roasted duck. We'll go buy some from the yes, okay." And she immediately starts getting everybody to sort out like not quite a banquet, but close enough. And she completely excited. You guys are all brought like a really delicious, hearty, probably very nice after the long walk on the road, a very hot, tasty soup. You got like hints of ale in there, potatoes, carrots, beef. Very hearty, very delicious, and it sits well with like a nice warm crust of bread, not crust, but a proper piece of bread. And it's a delightful little meal, and you guys are given like a nice amber mead. It's a nice little meal, and she sits down at the end of the table and says, "So it's so good to see you again, Ember. Did you get everything done that Mr. Asterix wanted you to take care of?"
I have more to do, I feel, but our travels brought us this way, and I couldn't, in good conscience, not come and see you and introduce you to my new friends.
Oh, well, he's such a gentleman. I'm sure he would. I'm sure he would agree. It would be a sin to keep a son from his mother.
I am sure that that would be the case. In fact, I think he's planning on being in town here. I ran into him briefly when we were in Western.
Oh,
And he said he was headed this way. So
I see. Well, if you see him, make sure he comes and stops by. I owe everything to him.
I agree wholeheartedly. How have you been?
Oh, I've been wonderful, and uh, you've been away, so it was a little hard at first, but Ember, whatever people say about Emon, it is the city of fellowship, and some of the locals helped out, and they got us in contact with some wonderful barmaids. We had a couple hires that didn't work out, but uh, the cooking is always the focal point here, and everything's just been blooming. So a little difficult, maybe the first 2 weeks, but everything's really picked up since then, and we're doing wonderfully, Ember.
That's fantastic. I am so happy to hear.
Good, and you seem to be doing well for yourself. Look at you.
Thank you. I have had some successes, and that's largely due to my fantastic companions.
Oh, I see, I see. So you all look like proper adventurers, is that the case?
We've
Well, something like that. Something like that. Yeah, I'd say. Yeah.
Well, if you're all friends of Ember, then you are all most certainly welcome at the Rousing Spark. I will have beds made up for all of you. I'm sure you're very tired from the road. Um, don't worry about any sort of fees. You are more than welcome to stay here for as long as you need. I'll have rooms made up. We have more than enough. Again, she'll sort of like, "Oh, go get the room set up over there and get some keys and blah blah blah," and immediately it's just like, you know,
As
get you all
soon as
set up.
her head turns, Yvaine gets on the earring and says, "We are paying her extra."
Oh, of course we are.
Right, yeah, okay, good.
Yeah, and I think you get some looks from uh Camellia isn't so good with money because she's about as outback as your good can get. And but Balthazar, she's like, okay, because that's she doesn't know how much charges anyway. But you see Alistair and like Balthazar give you a look, Ember, of like they're gonna cover them. They're certainly gonna cover themselves. Um, and fucking Sinestro, just the old shit that he is. He's just eating his stew in the corner. He hasn't been paying attention at all.
Well,
Um,
it's nice to have a proper headquarters again. It'll be good to actually, have morning meetings and check in and get up to proper shenanigans.
and I think Al and Balthazar will sort of like look at Emma and say, "Well, if you don't mind my saying, ma'am, I am a bard of some skill from the College of the Savvy, and I mean to ply my trade while I'm here in Emon. I'm sure you have your own employees, but if you could find some time in your schedule, I would be more than happy to fill some spaces and perhaps perform. I admit my craft is not so jovial as some others, but I do carry tales of your son." She goes, "Well, we'll just have to have you, well, don't we? We'll find some room, absolutely. Very happy to do so." Maybe Alistair sort of like says, "Well, I think me and Camellia can get out of your hair. I don't need to follow you everywhere you're going to Mom, but maybe we'll stay here and we'll have a proper byway to meet."
By all means.
Yeah, when we were operating in Western, there was a place we met every morning. We just had breakfast together, checked in.
All right. Camellia and Alistair will sort of nod at each other and go, "Then yes, we'll get rooms here and we'll have a crossroads. It's good to keep allies close."
I agree.
Always a good idea.
Yeah, and with that, you guys are fed and music plays and people come up to the table from around the bar all the time. To be like, "Oh, welcome back, Ember. It's so good to see you." Just various locals and whatnots come up to see you and yeah, shake your hand, shake your hand, shake your hand. And it is late. And I'm gonna do a little roll for a certain squire somewhere in the city. See how she's doing.
Beverly
Yes.
check.
Beverly check.
Yes, a Beverly check.
Okay.
How's she doing?
I can track her. If she gets terribly lost, I can catch a scent and find her.
No, this is a trial for her.
I understand. I'm just saying we can find her.
I'm sure.
You guys are eating your meal, and maybe you start to become aware of Beverly's missing presence. And you're like, you, Finch, who knows the route probably perfectly, is like if it was me, I'd be back probably 20 minutes ago, but it's a big city. Like, we'll give her some more time.
Mm-hmm.
And then as you find, consciousness becoming worry at around the 40-minute mark, you're like, okay. And then the door does open and Beverly does step through, looking a little harried, but sees you with a smile of success. It gives you a thumbs up.
Seems like you did well. Did you run into any trouble?
No big trouble. I got a little lost when I got into the port. I've never seen such a big port in my whole life. I've never seen a lot of things, but anyway, I found my way though eventually.
Yeah, I can tell that you did. It seems like you did great. And I'll just kind of give her a little pat on the shoulder.
Okay. Here's your money back, and she gives you a pouch.
Thank you. Have you eaten today? If not, I'm going to send you to the bar just to make sure you get something to eat before bed.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Yeah. And I'll send her along.
Yeah, and so you can add that gold back to your inventory. I'll say -1 gold.
That's fine.
Maybe she had some minor expenses on the way, and then that'll cover her meal here as well.
Sure.
So she goes and she has a bowl of stew at the bar. but she is okay. At a certain point in the meal, like Happy's sitting at the end of the table, very happily being like pampered. She's like, "I want you just to keep-" like Emma's just like feeding Happy like some sweet or dessert or something, and Happy's like, it is like. You imagine if Emma spends too long with Happy, Happy's gonna be in like a little bonnet or something in no time.
Like,
Utterly
just
bemused.
does Happy give me any bad, dirty looks?
I don't think so. I think Happy's a little consumed with Emma right now. Is very excited to meet this sort of doting motherly figure. But it is worth noting, people at the table, like she's a very attractive young woman. Like she's very much sort of um like in the bloom of her physical life. She's about Ember's age. It's a I think for all of you, the question is there like how did these two who look like they could be siblings, how is that the mom, you know? That question probably hangs on all of your minds.
Ember has said something at the campfire on the way to Zephyr. Maybe his mother had taken ill or something, but now he said that she looked like 10 years younger than he did then, but then he got 10 years younger. So I guess they look like siblings now, which must be weird. But she looks great, and so do you.
I forgot about that. She's probably like, you look great. She did say that, but you're like, you look great, Ember. You're
I'm
like younger.
I'm sorry. Nero's a little overwhelmed by all the lovey schmovey. Like, so wait. So Nero and his sister are they don't wait. They don't look similar. I'm so sorry. I'm confused.
Well, basically, what's happened is that you walked into this bar, and this young woman has sort of approached, who's about Ember's age, but they seem to have a mother-son relationship. But it's interesting because they look to be about the same age physically.
Huh. Huh. Like, Nero's just kind of like thinking about that, like just trying to work out in his head how that works.
Yeah, you're like, yeah,
You're not alone.
you're not alone. Yeah, I think you look around and you see like I think yeah, like the actual like core Aurora concordant, like you guys heard around the campfire that something, but certainly amongst the NPCs, you're not alone. Nero is like all are trying to be polite, but there is like a look of like on a lot of people's faces.
I like nudge. I nudge. Uh, Balthazar.
Balthazar. Yeah.
Balthazar and say, "Hey, Balthazar. Like, do you notice how young his mom is? Like, it's kind of like, am I going crazy or something like that?"
I had noticed the physical similar they look very similar in age, don't they?
Do they do like these Genasi folk? Do they like age slowly or something like that?
That is a fair point, actually. I was trying to reason it out because I forgot Ember was a I don't know why, but maybe there could be. I've only met so many Genasi in my life. There could be a strange like elves, perhaps. They look quite young when they for the duration of their lives. Maybe it's similar with Genasi.
Maybe I know elves age slowly, but like, is she part elven or something like that? Like,
It's possible. I met one Genasi with a sort of air heritage who was elven once, and
wait,
uh,
once?
yes, back in Western. But I don't know. It's a little over my head, I admit. I am no biologist or genealogist or anything like that.
You think we would ask?
Probably.
I know you're not
That's
supposed.
rude to discuss a woman's age.
Yeah, I know that's one way to get. Yeah, that's one get that shanked in the side, shanked into the neck. So maybe we can get somebody else to ask that.
But perhaps it's a question better left to Ember, maybe in more private settings.
Yeah, okay, yeah, I'll try asking him tomorrow. I'm gonna ask her something else. I'm gonna ask her a different question. I'm
Oh,
gonna,
okay.
uh,
Good luck.
I'm gonna like, I turn back and look at him like, no, not that type of question, big guy.
What type of question? Okay.
So it's like he thought it was like whatever. Okay. Nero just focuses back Mrs. Mrs. Van Zyl, correct?
That is right.
Van
Yes, Mr.
Zyl.
Nero.
Yes. Yeah. Question. This is a first of all, compliments. This is a very fine establishment you have right here. I gotta say, I'm very
Oh, thank
impressed
you
by
for
this.
saying so. Very, very polite of you to say.
The, I'm sure these walls have lost choice to them. How long have you lived in Amon?
Well, I've lived in Emon all my life.
Okay. Wow. Have you ever heard of, like, do you know a lot of the other establishments around here? You know a lot of the inns, taverns, watering holes,
Oh,
drinking
yes, many
pubs.
of them.
Have you ever heard of one called the Drunken Dragon?
Drunken Dragon.
It's run by this it would probably be owned at least, but maybe not run, but owned by this older halfling looking guy.
Hmm. Drunken Dragon run by an old halfling. Do you know the halfling's name, perhaps? I might know.
This have you ever heard the name Jasper Bloomsbane?
Jasper Bloomsbane.
Yes, have you heard of him?
Well, he's right over there.
Wait,
And
what?
she points over to the fireplace, and you see sort of sitting by the fire, accompanied by another sort of darkly dressed individual. You see an old halfling with a large sort of book upon his lap with a feather quill, just sort of writing in what looks to be like some kind of ledger. And it's just kind of sitting by the fire.
Okay, oh,
I
wait,
didn't know he owned a tavern, though.
he,
I've never.
but that's Jasper Bloomsbane. Like, I'm sorry, who's the other guy with him again?
You don't know who that is, but it's some sort of like it's a human who's sort of similarly dressed, somewhat darkly in leathers, and looks a little shady.
Okay, wow. What time is what time? DM question. What time of day is it in the
It's
in
twilight, sun's going
right?
down.
Did you send I see Miss Miss Miss
Banzai.
Benzile. I'm so sorry.
That's quite all right.
I didn't expect. Is he a regular here?
Yes, he frequents here quite often in recent days.
Okay, I'm gonna step. He's well, I'm sorry. I'm just kind of a little taken aback. Could you
Oh,
do me a
that's good.
favor?
Certainly.
Could you just send a message over to him? I'm gonna that somebody from his days back in Stillben want to meet him outside. Out by the side of the building, if that's okay. Meet in private.
Oh, I was. She sort of like looks at the table like a little embarrassed for some reason, and then she says like, sure.
Yeah, I'll meet him by like, sorry, by like the left side of the building or something like that.
Yeah, and then Emma herself, she doesn't call anyone over to do it. She stands up herself and walks over to the fireplace and
I
has a
make
word with the halfling.
And
you make your way out.
Yeah. Do I need to stealth my way out?
Do you want to?
Yes, please. I want to roll a high roll right now.
Okay. Make a stealth check. Sure, go for it.
Something I'm proficient in, you know.
Sure, yeah.
Okay, it's okay. 22.
22.
Something I'm yes. Oh, I got over 20. I got over the hump, guys.
Well, actually, you rolled a 10 because you rolled twice, and the first one was 10.
Oh crap! I sat on it. Sorry.
That's okay.
Oh, okay. Do you want to do it final time or just?
No, we'll go with the first roll.
Yeah, sorry, I mistouched it by accident. Damn it.
You head outside, and you 10 is 10 beats like the commoner passive perception, and yeah, you'll meander your way outside.
Okay.
Quite noticeable to other folks at the table, and you all just like us, because you're certainly not sitting beside Emma. So like that conversation happened across a number of people.
Okay.
And then you head up and out. So all of you are quite aware of what just transpired.
Yeah, I'll
For your
just
sake, Ember, because you've left Nero. For your sake, Ember, she talks to this halfling at the fireplace. Um, the discussion's a little longer than just the message that Nero said was like, meet me outside. She sort of lingers, she like goes to him and like says the message, he nods at her, and she kind of keeps talking, and he sort of nods and sort of almost makes like a gesture of like kind of like that, and sort of like puts a kind like hand on her arm and kind of does one of these, and closes his book. He hands it to his associate, stands up, and then Emma returns to the table and he walks outside.
and as I'm walking out, I just telepath. So yeah, I'll be right back. Just hold back. I just explain my absence. Like, yeah, I'll be right back.
Oh, understood.
As
Okay.
Emma is approaching the table, Ember is going to get up. He will touch his mom on the shoulder. Everything will be just fine.
Just
At which point, Ember will head towards the door.
she takes your wrist, Ember. She's perhaps it's a good time that me and you just spoke in private for a moment.
Okay, sure.
Okay.
I
Yes, right
I
this way.
will look at Zarvog and then nod towards the door.
Zarvog like and like steps out.
Zarvog guards the door.
Yeah, Zarvog's gonna head outside. So we're gonna deal with you first, Ember. Okay. And she takes you basically to her room, which is well furnished and whatnot. And she'll say, it's so good to have you back. I'm so happy to see you. Well, and you kind of like look at her expectantly, like, what is it? She goes, and she kind of, okay. Well, as I said, we were sort of after you and Mr. Estrix left. It was I was had to run the place, and we had Mr. Estrix helped with me with my health, but we still had some business issues to manage to get back on our feet. And well, you're aware of how well liked the clasp is here in Emon these days after what they did for our family, as I told you about before you were born, um, and they came to us with came to me with a very kind offer to use the Rousing Spark as a sort of common meeting point and borrow some of the borrow the storage areas for certain uses. I'm not supposed to ask any questions. They assured us that no business would go through me. I wouldn't be in danger in any way, and that's if there was any sort of threats to me, they would be. Well, they use very colorful terms, but they ensured our protection, and as long as we pay a small fee, they're happy to sort of move things our direction, and the fee is far less than the profits that we make thanks to their help. And truly, Ember, I'm not just saying this to make you feel comfortable, but truly, they've been very helpful since you've been gone, and they helped me get on our feet.
And I've had engagement with the clasp in Stillben when we got there, and it was a very positive outcome.
Oh, good.
In Westruun when we got there, it was significantly more complicated. It wasn't antagonistic by any means, but it was a case of needing to get distance from.
I see.
It involved the clasp and the league, and that's a space that I just wasn't comfortable because they've both done so much for us.
They've done wonders for us, yes.
It was a case of loggerheads, but I understand entirely.
Well, good. You're not upset?
Oh, of course not.
Oh, okay, good. I was worried that you'd be a little upset, but like you said, they've done so much for us, and they did really help me get on my feet once you had left, and um, so they are around and about. You might have saw the man at the door and the two
I did.
individuals by the
And
fireplace. They have their
and
meetings.
and to be perfectly honest with you, I'm glad that there's somebody here in that stead, because if they're here, other people aren't going to try to take advantage of you.
It was my similar thoughts exactly. So, but this was unusual. Is your friend, this Nero fellow, a member of the clasp? I was a little taken aback as they assured me that none of their business would be there would be no transactions through me.
I I I don't know that much about him. We met him about a week ago, out on the road. We were both headed. My main companions and I were headed here to Emon. He was headed in the same direction. A lone traveler or traveling in a group, it's safer for everybody to travel in a group. So we brought him along,
Oh,
and
okay.
he's mostly okay. He's a little socially awkward,
Mm-mm.
but we thrive, my companions and I, in socially awkward spaces. So that
I
turns
see.
out to
I
be
see.
good. But
All right.
what that particular interaction is about, I'm not entirely sure, but nothing untoward will happen while my friend Zarvog is watching the situation.
I see. Well, uh, Mr. Bloomsbane assured me that it wouldn't happen again, that there wouldn't be any sort of um, clasp-related messages or issues traveling through me. They used the term plausible deniability and such like that. Um, so, but I just wanted to let you know what's going on around here.
I Not to worry. Uh,
Okay.
I'm glad that you have somebody who can act as the strong arm as needed.
Yes. I haven't had to hire a bouncer since they've been around. Well, she puts her hands on your shoulders as well. It's so good to see you, Ember. And she like gives you another hug and she says, well, let's go out and see your friends. Let's not keep them waiting.
Okay.
She takes you out, at which point the second course is served. You guys are all served with like a stuffed duck and like sort of like potato wedge, sort of fry crisps, and like a little bit of like a tomato puree, aka ketchup. Um, but a lovely on the potato wedges, but like a lovely like sort of second course of like much better standard and quality. And sort of served at the table, and everyone's like, all right. And we're gonna travel over to Nero for a second here, as he has his meeting outside. So
I did not think
Nero,
I did not think it would happen this quickly. Thank you.
yeah, no problem. Yeah, we try and make sure that everybody gets their spotlight. Yeah, you just head out into sort of maybe like the side street. There isn't really like, oh no, they've got an alley. Yeah, you head out into the alley around the side. What good tavern doesn't have an alley outside? Please.
Absolutely. People need to go out and take a whiz.
Yeah, exactly. So you head out there. The old halfling finds you out there, sort of waddles down the street, kind of like sees you, and kind of like looks back down the street, and he kind of walks right up to you, and he goes, "Nero, what are you doing here?"
It's a far, long way from still, Ben, old man.
Well,
It's an old swamp rat wanted to meet up with you, and I just make sure nobody's around, and I just give him a big old hug.
you give him like you go in for a hug, and he like, yeah, he gives you like a pat on the back, and he says, "Like you can't just walk in on a man when he's conducting business. What are you doing?"
I didn't know you were conducting business. What happened to the drunken dragon? Do old habits die hard, old man?
Uh,
Yes.
yeah, it seems to be that way.
Yeah, it's that I'm in no place to judge. Look, I'm in no place to judge. One of these days you'll get up and running. I'm up and running.
Maybe we all have our talents, and maybe mine is more,
You,
well, in other areas.
and you know where mine lie.
Right. So what are you doing here? You look, if you're here to start trouble with the guilds around here, I don't think they're going to appreciate it.
I'm in enough trouble. I'm in enough trouble. I just pull up like I just kind of like I don't know, like I get on my knees and just sit on the sidewalk. I pull up like I don't know, a barrel, whatever, just sit down and like just talk with him. Like it's I'm in enough trouble as it is, man. Like well, you see, Jasper, I'm in enough trouble as it is, man.
Yeah, I know you're in enough trouble. Just to be clear, you don't just have bounties and it's come around all the way around. You and the rats, they got bounties here in Emon too.
Bounties, yeah, but they don't know my face just yet, do they? It's too don't know, but they don't know my
No,
face just yet, do they? It's they
no, the usual cloaked
they
figures.
well, they won't be able to. Yeah, just cloaked figures. But well, there's well, that's kind of the reason I'm. And he kind of gets choked up. Well, that's kind of the reason I'm here, Jasper. You see, that 500 for each, right?
What?
Well, 500 for each, right? For each of
Five?
us. If I meant for like the bounties.
Oh yeah, yeah. He goes, yeah, that's right.
Yeah, Ronell and Baz, no one's gonna be collecting their bounties, man. They're gone.
Uh, well,
Just happened.
shit. Sorry to hear that, boy.
We were drinking. We were out drinking one night. And the fucking myriad crashed down on us. God, fuck. We were too. God, I was too deep in my fucking cups to even cast a fucking spell that night. You should have seen Baz. He crushed two of them with that hammer of his. Man, you'd be proud of it. Dude, archers from the top, archers from the roof are too much for him though. I
Uh,
don't. I that's best I can tell. Runel, our safe house got burned down. They say they found a half elf. They said a half elf's corpse in there. I'm the last rat standing.
sorry to hear that, Nero. That's I know you were close with them.
Yeah, yeah. Better better part of like what, 10 something years. God, I lost track. Got so many
When did
fucking
this all
losses.
happen? I haven't seen you in years.
It's God, like God. I wish you. God, the fucking myriad. Like, I wish you were back there, Jasper. Like, you were good at like calming things down between the gangs. Just it was like whatever months ago. Like, yeah, and I say like it was whatever time ago that when the gang or War Concord
Mhm.
was not in Stillben, and it just they fell down on me and God, they for whatever reason we pissed them off enough they wanted to take us out. But Jasper, it's not just like, oh, just another gang hit. Like they were hired by somebody, people I don't
Well,
know,
well, of
and they
course
want,
they're hired by somebody.
of course, but it's not just that. It's like they wanted me. They took me alive for some reason to hand over to these people. Now I got away, but they're still after me. The myriad's still at my goddamn back. I have bounties all over for me. I need some help. Like you got the clasp on your side. Can you put in a good ward for me, please?
They're looking to
Please.
join the clasp.
I
I
don't know.
mean,
I'm just looking for help right now. Like I didn't even know if you were I didn't even know if you were alive. I didn't expect to find you in the same bar I was in. I just met these freaking people on the road.
well, I'll tell you this, Nero. I did join the clasp. Okay,
I'm
I
no.
did join them up with them, and look,
Yes.
your gang's little rep with well
We
the clasp.
we flicked them on the ear a couple times. I know it's not exactly the
Click them
best
on the ear.
results.
You know how much money you've cost them over the
Yeah,
years?
man. Oh, money comes in, money gone, come. Money goes in and out of Mon like water in a river. River, there's plenty to be made. Just sharing. We just wanted to share a little bit, you know? That's what Runil said, at least. God, Runil.
And how's Brunel doing now?
He's remember what? Yeah. God, fuck it. God's team on
Look, you
tits is
cross
bad.
you cross these organizations. They're at each other's throats.
Yeah, but usually we leave town and just wait for the heat to die down a little time, and maybe we do them a favor to make everything square. But like, this is not normal. The people on after me. This isn't just a gang thing. The freaks who hired the myriad to come after me. I don't know what they are. They wanted to rip up my goddamn hearts. They had me strapped to a damn table. They tried to tear it out to do whatever things they wanted to do. I can't believe I'm even here.
No, I can't either. Look, it's some crazy shit you're going through, but
You're telling me.
I'm with the clasp now. And you and yours, you know, you got a rep with the clasp. I can do what I can to try and, I don't know, have some kind of sit down with the right people, try and you could do something to try and prove your worth or whatever, but I can't promise they're gonna be happy about it. But unless you have any intentions of trying to make good with the clasp, I can't help you. I can't be seen dealing with you.
I'm Jasper. I'm sorry. I'm sorry for bringing you into trouble like this, man. I didn't want to come here to ruin everything you had. Honestly,
fine, kid, but I'm just telling you how it is.
I know.
Unless you want the clasp's help or to try and get their help on everything, I can't do much more for you. You're technically my enemy.
Okay, well, more rival than enemy technically, but I can be ally. Like an enemy of my enemy is a friend. Just a friend waiting to be made.
Sure, but who's the enemy of the clasp?
The myriad. They want me dead. Best way to screw over them. They're the biggest enemies. So they're bigger enemies than I ever was.
All right. I'll tell you what. Listen, if you want to make it with the clasp, you got to come with an offering. That might not even be enough to let them let you in. But if you want me to try and facilitate something with the clasp, you got to prove that you're more valuable to them alive than dead.
Absolutely.
So, you want to play the my enemy of my enemy bit?
It's
hit the myriad.
Okay, myriad. Hit the myriad. I'd love to. I can probably
get them something they can use. You know how we work. We either want something out of their coffers, a life out of their ranks, or information that they don't want known.
Okay, head on a plate, a chest full of gold, or something embarrassing. God,
if you come talk to me if you have any of that. But until then, sorry, kid. Wish I could do more.
Hey, just so you know, just to know, is it safe for me to stay in this place, in this in Ember's bar?
Well, I don't think as long as you don't let on who you are and your association with the rats, like people don't know your face around here. So as long as you keep your head down, it should be fine. But I'm not gonna go report you. But if you twist my arm, I'm gonna have to.
Okay. We'll meet.
Just
back
keep
here.
your head. You can stay here. Just keep your head down.
Is it safe to leave messages for the good misses of the establishment, or is that against the rules?
Yeah, don't. We gotta deal with the lady of the house here. She doesn't get associated in class business.
Okay.
Plausible deniability and all that.
Totally understandable. Can I leave it with you, man, at the front?
If you need to talk to me, you know how to slip a message, right? You haven't forgotten that much.
Yeah. No. I know how back to instill Ben. This Stillben was a small pond. No, this is a much bigger pond these days.
Just a little sleight of the hand. Okay. All right.
Okay.
I'll meet you somewhere. Maybe not out in the streets anymore, though. I got a room we can talk in.
Okay. Yeah. Just give me the address. I'll meet up with you there if I ever need it. I'll leave you a note there if I need anything.
It's here in the tavern. Just
just
be careful. Keep your head down. Keep your care. Yeah, you're just another customer.
Okay, thanks. Anything else I should know? I don't want to get these people in trouble, man. I don't want to bring anyone down with me, for God's sakes.
Well, that's on you, buddy. And he sort of pats you on the forearm.
I
He says, "It's good to see you. It's been some time, but it is good to see you. I'm sorry for your troubles. I'll do what I can.
I'll pay.
You
I'll
know,
pay. I'll pay it back. I'll build up the whole. I'll build up the whole fucking drunken drag with my own bare hands if I have to, man. I just give him a quick embrace and just wish him best of luck.
yeah." He gives you like a on the back, and he gives you this sort of like forlorn look of like I'm
You
sorry. I
can.
wish I could do more.
I get
And
it. I understand. I
and
totally understand.
gives you a nod. He returns to his post inside the tower.
Hmm. Yeah. Now and now just and I wait like a couple minutes to go back inside. I just pretend like, oh, I'm peeing or something like that. And I think to
Yeah, you kind
myself,
of wander around, think about what has been said. Gotta hit the
okay,
myriad. Gotta hit the
I-
myriad.
and
Information, lives, or money.
and I've heard
Um,
stories, and I've listened to the Balthazar about the stories about these concordant guy people, and I think to myself, okay, maybe I can get them in on something like that and have some backup, maybe. Gonna
um,
maybe get them involved somehow, maybe.
uh,
Maybe
you
maybe
hear
get makes me.
behind you. Is that what you're gonna do?
But
And you
does it?
feel a pretty sharp, sort of push into the wall, and you see the hooded hobgoblin, with glaive and crossbows. Stealth definitely beat your passive.
Okay.
Um,
Yeah, probably. Yeah. Can I? Oh shit! Like I kind of panic a little bit, and I'm gonna cast. I panic, and I'm gonna cast suggestion on him. I
what do you?
suggest you put down.
What is
Okay.
your suggestion?
I suggest you put down your weapons, friend.
He. What's your DC?
I'm looking for it. Good lord. DC 15.
Doesn't. He suddenly sort of blinks and he steps back and he'll like, uh, actually kind of funny. he like he just starts pulling everything out of his bag and stuff. He drops the dagger that he had at your belly. He like pulls his bag and like throws a hand crossbow out. He takes his glaive off, stabs it to the ground,
Okay.
sort of unhooks the crossbow.
Okay. I'm gonna move all this stuff on the other side behind me. Like, okay, yeah, exactly, absolutely. That's exactly what I.
And he's like compelled to do this, but he's like like
Exactly.
angry at you as he starts
Look,
like
I'll
throwing
I'll
like
give it.
an
I'll give
arsenal of weapons on the ground.
exactly. I'll give it back to you in a moment. Just calm down, big guy. Okay.
Yeah.
I'll.
And as
Okay.
he
Calm.
puts the last thing on the ground, he as the suggestion is completed, you feel the concentration ended and his
Okay.
will returns to him.
I
And
hold
his make an athletics or acrobatics.
like, okay, now listen to me. Oh, good.
Pretty much.
Okay, hang on. God, hold on. Yes. I'm gonna go acrobatics. Hang on here. 4.
Well, that lines up, I guess. His hand lances out and grabs you around the throat, and your head smashes against the back of the bar. And and he's got you that you're like, you can't articulate right now. You can't make any sort of verbal anything right now.
Okay.
He says, "That's a nice trick." And he says, "Maybe you and the witch will get along, but until you do, I'd recommend you fucking watch what you do around my people."
I haven't done anything wrong. I haven't done anything wrong them.
Trying to get them into some business, huh? With the Myriad?
I try to get
Save your own skin?
try to get them into make them a job off. Try to get some work. You guys can you get me a hand off of me for a minute? Off my neck
Make
for a minute.
make a persuasion check.
Okay, persuasion. Should I have disadvantage because like he's mad?
No, you're good.
Okay. Okay, unnatural 20, best roll so far.
There we go.
Now
He's sort
I'm
of like,
clicking.
yeah, he's like looking at you, and he says, "Cast another spell and I'll split your fucking tongue."
All right, fair. Look,
He lets go of your throat, and you kind of, he starts.
very good. You're good at your
He
job.
goes over and he doesn't take it out of the ground, but he just like wraps his fingers around this like very deathly looking glaive that he possesses.
Yes, of course, because of course he had that in the bag.
Well, yeah, that's strapped to his back.
Oh, did you pick that up off the ground?
He's got his hand on it right now.
Oh yeah, I assume like, oh, he dropped it, but oh, he picked it up. Okay then.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
look. Okay, look. Look. I listened about this. I'll listen to the big board in there. You don't like you people don't like the myriad. I don't like the myriad, and the myriad's not liked around here. And I know you people want to get attention for yourselves for the Allura Visory and lady. Am I right?
Yeah.
Well, right now, unfortunately, we're all pretty small fish in a very big pond. So my idea, let's make some fucking waves around here, you know? And who's hated? Who does everyone around here hate? The
Right
myriad.
now, maybe you, maybe not.
Feels like I haven't heard any.
You can decide if I tell the group everything I just heard in this alley, or if you do.
Yeah. Okay.
One way or another, they're hearing about it.
Okay. Fine. Let's. Okay. I'll do it. I'll do that. I'm better talker. I'm better talker.
Now put all my shit back in my bag. And he like throws his backpack at you.
And here's the thing. This is mutually beneficial. And as I say this, I'm just, I'm arguing with him. Look, this is mutually beneficial to the both of us. You know, Big Zav. Think about it.
Right.
How dare you?
And you keep
because
doing
mutually
that.
beneficial. I saw that. I saw that. So that
Yeah, he's doing that.
But
you stash everything in the bag, sort of takes it back from you, and sort of like kind of pushes you on the shoulder to like start moving towards the door.
This could be beneficial for both of us.
I heard you.
It feels like I heard you. Not I heard you, but do you think it's a good idea?
It's not a good idea.
Exactly what I'm talking. Exactly. So like that's look. This is
I don't know. How did you put it? I'm the one that breaks fingers.
Yeah.
Yeah. Ember and Yvaine and all those guys, they can decide if it's a good idea or not.
Exactly. Okay, I understand. I'll make him pitch, but like, do you want to just let Ember have a nice night, okay, for night now, okay?
Make a persuasion check.
Okay. I feel like I would have an easier time explaining this to people in the morning. Persuasion. Oh, nope. It's 6. Nope, that's a 6.
Yeah, I've done that myself, you know. Wait till morning, slip out at night. I know the trick.
I was like, I don't got anywhere else to go, man. These people are my best ticket, you know.
Well, then you better be convincing. And at that point, you enter back into the bar, and I'll say, yeah, Ember, you sort of rejoin at this point. And I think, like, Starbuck takes you over to your seat and kind of like does the like, we're buddies, then sits you down in your seat.
He has his arm around my shoulder and everything. He sits me down firmly.
Yes, sits you down very firmly, very firm grasp on the shoulder. And I think he'll like walk over to Ember and kind of like lean into Ember and be like, yeah, Shadow Boy's got he's got a lot to tell you about. Probably best to be done in private.
It's everybody finish your dock, and I'll show you up where the rooms are.
You got a back room back here? Stash for all the food, preserved food and whatnot.
Yeah, we could go down and grab some a barrel. Would you mind giving me a hand, Finch? I need somebody who's a little brawnier than I am. I have little tiny baby arms.
Matter of fact, let's bring up multiple barrels. Yvaine, Zav, you come with us, okay? Yeah, sure. It's a good idea. Come with us.
Just call me Zarv.
Zarv.
Imagine I say that.
Zarv, sorry.
He'll kind of like walk next to you, Yvaine. I imagine he gives you this sort of like, I don't know. I might be taking it away with the character. I don't know.
No, you've nailed it. I'm going back and forth with him right now. We're both loving it. So
Oh,
No,
okay, good.
I love this. I love this. This gets my vote of approval.
But I think Zarvo gives you like a little like a look of like you know,
Cool.
the whole situation. Doesn't seem totally thrilled by it. And but yeah, you the Aurora Concordant at its core, maybe like Emma hangs on to Happy and is like, "This was my new baby," and Happy's like, "Okay." I think Fen just kind of is like got a bone. I think Emma figured that one out pretty quick, and your other companions, I think like Emma's like, "Okay, let's get you all settled." And we'll the rest of you guys can all sort of head into the privacy of the basement.
Okay.
I want
do-
you focus.
Okay, yeah. Okay, how big is the basement? Is it
Well, it's about this big. It's like a small storage area.
okay. Okay, so it's big but not like massive. Okay, it's
It's enough that you guys can fit in there comfortably, but it's not huge.
okay. I checked to make sure like nobody's followed us near the door or anything like that. Like,
Make a perception check.
okay. Perception. That's something I'm proficient in. Let's see. Hey, 22.
There you go. Very, very keenly, very perceptively. There are cooks that you kind of got to go through to get down here, but they're busy at work. They've got lots of orders. They don't really have time to focus on what's going down. And as you listen carefully and watch, and you're very careful, no, nobody is listening as far as you can tell.
Okay, nobody regular or in the know or like, shady kind of know.
As far as you know, it's just you and the Aurora Concordance that are privy to this conversation.
Okay. Like, and I make sure that I close the door, make sure nobody's there, close the door, and I tell everybody, "Hi, everybody. How about I propose we all you all perhaps join me on a business venture together."
No.
Okay. You're jumpier than a long-tailed cat in a room full of rocking chairs.
Just, I was like,
So-
I'm
Wow.
no, oh no,
Why
he
don't-
is. Oh no, your friend over there is the hobgoblin. There is.
Why don't you take a pause? Tell us a little bit more about the why and then the what.
Zarvorg says, "Yeah, why don't you tell him about what I heard in the alley to start?"
Feels like, yeah, it's very smooth. Fuck.
Finch.
Well,
Finch.
Yes,
Don't you have that? Isn't there a spell you have?
there sure is. Yes.
Do you have it?
I do. Yes,
Could
and
we-
what? You have what?
Yeah, so-
hold on a minute. Hold on
While-
a minute here.
yeah, while
Hang
he
on,
is
Finch, go ahead.
while he is stumbling, and after Zar gives his comment, I am gonna cast Zone of Truth.
All right. Stone of Truth goes out. Everyone is aware that suddenly the divine power within a Finch is attempting to compel truth and truth alone to come from your lips. I would require everybody to roll a charisma saving throw, and everybody can choose to fail it if they so wish.
Okay.
Choose to fail.
I choose to fail.
Okay.
Let's see. I fail either way. I choose to fail again. Screw it.
Okay.
I tried to get back.
Well, you already rolled, so you can't fail
know,
on
I
the
did.
roll and then say that
know.
you choose.
I know. Yeah.
So you roll. So you fail. And Finch, you are quite aware that everybody in the room right now is compelled by the spell to speak only the truth. They don't need to speak, but they can only speak the truth.
Okay. Here's my pitch. You guys, you're a capable group.
No.
Am I wrong?
No. This has nothing to do with the pitch. This has everything to do with this meeting in an alley outside. Let's stay on target.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna need to understand a little bit more about this, especially given where you are right now.
Also, there
But-
is no we right now. There's
Guys,
no
come on.
anything right now.
Guys,
What
come
are you
on.
into?
After all the time you spent together,
Nero, can I please offer you a piece of friendly advice?
go ahead.
Start with your why we don't honestly know you all that well.
Okay.
I get the impression that you've been between a rock and a hard place. I don't know what that particular is. You don't know the person, but I get a kind of Jewel of Twilight feel. So
Mhm.
No, never heard of it. Never heard of it.
I
What's that?
understand
It's not important.
it's not important.
Okay.
Be forthcoming.
Okay.
Tell us why you're in the situation that you're in and what this opportunity might entail.
I'll tell.
Because that's the way to sell. You're not selling the job, you need to sell you.
You got it. Okay. Sell me. All right. Okay. For the better part of 10 years, I am Nero Doskval. I am a professional procurer of goods and of assorted valuables. And in plain speak, yes, I'm a professional thief. I've been a professional thief since last time I checked, 22, 23 winters old, and I've been a professional thief and pickpocket, burglar, and all sorts of things for the better part of a decade or more.
I'm going to
I
put my hand on my warhammer as he keeps talking.
All right.
Yeah, exactly. Actually, I sit down while I'm all saying this, like, and for the best part of those decade or so, I've been a part of a group called Runil's Rats. We've walked across Tal'Dorei from the eastern section from Kaimel, moving from Kaimel to Western to Elben, and there and back again. We've never been to Emon, Singorns, Craghammer, Whitestone, whatever the hell those freaks are doing up there. I've never been up there. We professionally have acted as an independent group. We don't usually. Our leader Runil did not like bowing down to any bosses above him. I did not disagree with him in that. Me and Baz didn't disagree with him on that, and so we tried to maintain independence from the clasp and the myriad while they were trying to tear them each other apart. Sometimes we worked for them. Sometimes we took some stuff, lessened their load, so to speak, and slowed, so to speak. But usually never count. It never amounted more than us having to skip town for like the better part of a couple months. And instead, we were able to like repay the debt more or less until like some time ago. And I told them like it's whatever time it was, like before. So they got to Silben. Before you got to Silben. Me, Baz, and Runel. Uh, Baz half orc, best damn fighter I've ever met. Uh, and Runel half elf, had a good knack with magic himself, not quite like me, but still had a good knack for it. We were all spending the night in Stillband, pulling back drinks and whatnot. We all get very deep into our cups, and then we watch out back to our home, back to the safe house. And then the myriad hits. We didn't do anything to myriad this time to earn any of this. I don't know why they chose to hit us explicitly yet, but they hit us. Actually, no, I do know. No, wait. And he senses magical powers coursing through him from the zone of truth, and he corrects himself. No, I do know why they hit us. They wanted me. I saw Baz went down first. Runa, I got off. I was knocked out. I didn't see what happened to Runel. Uh, I woke up. When I was that groggily, I woke up and they handed me over to two strange looking motherfuckers I had never seen before, but very interested in buying me. And that's what they got, and that's what the job was for them. I later woke up strapped to a table with one of those ugly motherfuckers holding a knife over me, getting telling me about how they can't wait to cut my heart out while I was living and study it for the foreseeable future, and future, and and by me and that dog, that hellhound, Yvaine, you saw. I
Yeah.
remember that. My shadow. In that moment, panicking, I was pissed as all hell that Baz was dead, and I was scared for my fucking life. I saw that thing leap out of the shadows and rip that miserable motherfucker to ribbons. It helped me push over the table, get me and help me undo this, ripped up the straps and helped me got the hell out of there. By the time I evaded them. I got back to the safe house and only discovered it had been burned down. The guards said that they found a body of a half elf in there. Well, only safe to say that's Runil. So yeah, I'm the only one standing now. I'm the last rat standing. And for the last several months, I have been working my way from Stilben to Emon. I didn't take a ship out there because I know they'd have the ports watched like all hell. They'd have the ports watched harder than a miser's purse. So I had to make my way across the Emon. Try to find some friends of mine, like the older halfling you saw up there, Jasper Bloomsbane. I was stealing crap off the road. Off off of travelers off the road. I burglarized small villages along the way, and yes, that horse you saw me with, old Stump. I stole him. I stole him from a Daxio outrider. That's where I got him from. That's where I got him from. I eventually made my way across from Western to Kymel. Eventually, somehow, thankfully, avoided that army of dead fuckers.
Okay.
And eventually, using every magic at my disposal, and eventually, that's how you found me.
I'm not sure at this point that you've convinced me not to call the arms of Amon and turn you over to them.
Because I can help you. We have common interests.
Oh, I assure you we don't.
Oh no.
No. What do you all want? I listen to the Balthazar up there. I listen to all his stories. What you guys did, the Aurora Concordant. Great name, by the way. Great name, by the way. That's the song they sing. That's the song they sing in state dinners and praise and legends. Renil's
and that's
rats.
all you think about, isn't it?
What?
Do you know what we want? Do you know what we're working on? Do you know the kinds of things that we've done?
You want access. You want access to the top here in Emon. You want access to that Allura Viserai.
Oh, we have access. We just have to find her.
Yeah, I assure you.
You just need to find her. I can help you. I can help you find her. I know exactly how.
Please.
Okay.
Okay.
Let's take her back, folks.
Let's calm down. I can help you. You hate the Myriad. I hate the Myriad. Yes, you do. I've heard you guys terrible from Balthazar on the board up there. You guys hated the Myriad.
They were in our way.
Exactly, and they're my way too. We have something in common.
No.
So what you don't know about me is that I have direct access to Allura if and when we need to contact her. So I certainly don't need assistance from whatever it is that you're doing to get in contact with her.
I'm sure Laura is a powerful woman. But I can help you get you access to her much faster and get a lot more eyes on you and get everyone in the Mon to know the name.
Zarvolg the Grim says, "Who do you know who has more access to Allura Vysoren than her wife?"
I was like, wait, what about her wife?
We know her.
Yeah.
Who is this person you have more access to than her?
It was like, I say, oh, is her wife in town?
We're going to find out about that.
Well, what if she's not in town? What if she's busy? What if this Allura Viserion lady? She's probably.
You are
if
desperate.
She wasn't. Even if she wasn't in town, I still have direct access to her. I was a page to that family since I was a child. So I assure you, if there is anyone who has direct access to Kima or Alora, it's me.
And what if that plan fails?
I assure you it won't.
It won't fail. I heard a lot of plans that I see a lot of plans that I heard were flawless, and were told, "Oh, these will never fail in a million years. This is invincible."
Oh,
And
we're not
and then what
saying
happened? It
we're not
failed.
saying that it's flawless. What I'm saying is
We
my
don't need you, you need us.
exactly.
So let's actually change what's going on. There is absolutely nothing you bring to the table here.
I know somebody else who can get you directly to
You need stop. We don't want your help. Do you understand? We don't want your help.
They're going to kill me.
Okay, so now we're talking about how you need us. This
We
is
need
the
each other.
conversation. No, we don't need you. Stop thinking you bring anything to the table. The Myriad is trying to kill you.
And they wanted to kill you too, right?
Nah, not really.
So there is some truth to it, see?
No, not exactly. Look, you're
Circle
looking
of
for an
truth.
angle. You keep looking for an angle. Try the truth.
If I may,
Ember.
Please.
Yes, Ember, please step in.
what can you tell us about the people who had you on the table?
The people
And what do you know about the dog that saved you?
God.
Saviors don't come out of thin air, typically.
Mine did. I don't know exactly why they wanted me, but who they were. But I know what they wanted. They wanted to rip my heart out while I was still living. They killed my two of my best friends in this whole fucking world, and that's enough reason for me to hate them. But this dog, I never learned. I never went to magic school. Okay, I never went to the Lyceum Academy with all the rest of them. Okay, I was born with these powers. Do you want to you want to know how long I've had these powers? When I came out of my mother's room and she bled out, she died. Me and my dad were the only ones left in the world. And you know what happened next? She got back up. She got back up as a zombie because the magic I cast immediately after I was born. I've had these powers since I was alive. I cannot explain anything. I've never understood any of these things. I don't know why I can do it. And that dog, it's basically my shadow. It's been following me my entire life. I saw it in the woods when I was lost in the woods for like a long time, but for a while, for a couple days. I swear that thing was following me, and I was so fucking scared of it when I was a kid.
Sarvolg's gonna bump in. He goes, "So let me get this straight. You're an adventurer with a tragic backstory."
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
Well, I got news for you. I think like everybody here fits that description. So
I know.
why
that
don't
exactly.
we swap it to? Well, let me give you a hand here. Look, like Yvaine said, the transaction isn't what you can do for us. It's what, well, we could do for you. So this is like a payment structure.
Yeah.
How are you paying us? Because like we got an in with like the most powerful lady in the city. We don't really need help with that. So why should we let you in on our success?
Because I can do things. One, you're gonna have a damn powerful mage behind your back, and two, if your plan does fail, I know someone else who can get Lauren Viceroy's ear to you.
So do we.
Yeah, but in case your plan fails, I know someone else who can.
No, I mean, we actually have a plan B too. Do you understand? Stop trying to be useful. You're not useful to us right now. Every time you try, you just make things worse. The Myriad is trying to kill you. The black dog has been following you. Do you know who might actually know something about this?
I don't think the Myriad is trying to kill him.
They want me. They want to give me back to those freaks, but
they want to sell you. They want to profit from you. They don't care if you're dead or alive. Their client has said, "I need him alive."
Yeah.
And your mystic nature is at the core of why. Because somebody wants to study bits of you.
To use me, I don't know.
Exactly.
Ember, I saw the dog. That's what I went chasing off after. I lost its scent, and there he was.
So we know the dog is real. We know that it is an independent entity that is tied. I'm assuming because you haven't been to schools and this is an inborn, innate set of mystic stuff, that you don't understand what the source of that is.
That's why I wanted to go with you guys to the big library. Maybe they could know something about me.
So that's what you sell. You ask for help. It's not some grand scheme. You have somebody who would like to take your inner organs outside to cut up, to throw in a petri dish, to burn on an altar, whatever it is, so they can get power. We've seen something similar with people kidnapping kids and poisoning dreams. If you had paid attention to Balthazar's stories, you would have understood that leading with that is how you sell this particular group of people. Now, I recognize that you have a set of skills and background and stuff that you can bring to the table, but it's not necessarily, quid pro quo. We've got to understand why somebody would like to rip out your heart, maybe your spleen, your intestines, whatever it is that it is they want, and why they want it.
Zarvolg says, do we want to know that more than we want to have 500 gold pieces in our pocket? He's got a bounty on his head.
Shit. He lets out a shit, but internally he lets out a shit like, God, I forgot about that.
Uh-huh.
I'm worth a lot more
I
in the
mean,
long run than 500.
I guess that's the point. I mean, are you worth more than 500 gold?
I have a
Absolutely.
question. Is Alistair upstairs right now?
He certainly is.
Oh, no.
I want all of you to stay here and enjoy each other's company. Just a moment. And I'm going to be right back. And then charge out the door. By the time I get out there, I'll try to look like normal, but I'm going to go find Alistair.
Do you want to take
No
some food up
problem.
too to make sure, like, to cover for it? Like, here's a
Apparently
small
not.
barrel.
Nope.
Zarvolg will just like, and by the way, Zarvolg's just been like, he's got that heavy crossbow, just like, that's him right by the stairs. You head upstairs. Alistair is hanging out with, or actually, no, he's upstairs now, and he's like, he's got like linen pillows in his hand, and I was like, "Oh, you right there, dear, right? That's your room right there." And he's like, "That's like you, man." But he's like, Yvaine, and he puts it on the bed.
This is going to seem positively indecent, but could I have a moment somewhere alone with you?
I mean, you haven't even bought me dinner yet, Yvaine. I'm very flattered. I'm just kidding.
What if I could you afterwards? No, but seriously. So,
So
it's so hard not to say bless me, O Father. I'm sorry. It's just so hard right now. Have you ever heard of a woman giving birth, dying, and then the child she gave birth to turning her undead? Is that a thing that's happened in your experience? Because the dickhead we don't like Apparently, that's his origin story. And he told
Really?
his zone of truth, so we know he was telling the truth.
I'll be honest. I am the youngest director of the Claret Order in a very long time. But I did receive, going through certain reports, I did receive a report of something like that happening in a place called Joran.
Yep. And
Is
apparently
it?
there's a black hellhound. I don't know that it is a hellhound. It is a black dog with red eyes, and I have seen it because it led me to him. This thing saved its life. Apparently, the Myriad has a contract to find him and give him to people who are trying to take his heart out of his chest. What they want to do with it afterwards, I don't know. But since the undead were involved, I know he's a shithead, but I felt like I should at least convey information and invite you to the lovely soiree we are having in the basement, because it just wouldn't be the same without you.
Well, I wouldn't miss it for the world. Alistair, very intrigued, as any number of those subjects would be of interest to him and his associates, does indeed find his way to the basement with you, Yvaine.
And it's all the more thrilling that he knows that it's from me, of all people.
Oh yeah, he comes down there with the biggest shit-eating grin on his face.
Like
Sort of like he's just like kind of flipping the dagger, like spinning it on his finger, and he goes, "So Nero, we find ourselves in well, you find yourselves in an awkward position, don't you?"
It was like I've been in a lot worse. Like you and your mother and me, for example.
Alistair like says, he looks at the party and goes, "Do I have a permission to extract about a vial worth of blood from him?"
Wait a minute.
Yvaine says, honestly, he's been really difficult. So, I mean, you're not going to do any irreparable damage that we can't heal real quick, right?
If you insist. He draws his knife, approaches you, Nero.
Wait, hold on a minute. Wait a minute. Keep your fucking knives away from me, you fucking cleric.
He's gonna kick things off to make sure he gets what he wants from you. By me asking you to roll a wisdom saving throw.
Okay, hang on. Okay. 13.
13. You suddenly find yourself paralyzed as he says, "Hold still." And he goes to your wrist and he cuts the wrist. Blood begins to pour down your arm, and he does indeed take a vial of it, and puts it in his pocket and sort of returns back to the group and then drops concentration on hold person, and you're suddenly freed again.
Yes, God. Divinity ass.
What was that?
Ass kissing son of a bitch.
He is really not good at this whole get myself out of the interrogation situation, is he?
No, he's not.
So, you were the mysterious child born in the Joran village at what many suspect to be the moment Vecna was locked behind the Divine Gate. Am I correct?
Look,
Joran village.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know the shithole. Shithole. I was been about 10 years of my life in there, and he's just kind of like pulling himself back up, like he's just trying to like dab like the blood or whatever. Like, god damn it.
I went through every report of that particular incident with Vecna and everything that possibly might have happened that day, and there's only a handful of instances where something like you happened.
Something like me, huh?
I'll go right ahead, Ember.
Do I know what Vecna is?
Make me a religion check.
Ember, Ember, your mother should be proud of you. You know that?
You need to stop talking about people's mothers, my friend.
Feels like your mother loved me talking about her.
I am
What
going
exactly
to.
am I here to do? Am I redeeming him, or is this where I get to cut his throat?
It's very tempting.
There's a bounty on his head. Like,
Mhm.
we're really struggling, Alice. We're really struggling.
Uh-huh.
So why am
I
I
guess
here
maybe
to be fair?
18.
redemption.
18.
18 what?
Religion.
Oh, 18 religion. Yes, you are aware of the crisis of Vecna's ascension that happened sometime around when you were born, where he Vox Machina sealed him behind the divine gates, but he attained godhood on this side of the gate.
God. Yeah, skeleton guy became a god or something like that. On Vox Machina, those assholes, they just sealed him behind the god boss or some god prison or something.
Gotcha,
Yeah,
abrasive.
I've heard this story.
So again, I would like to ask, Concordant, since we have all learned to get along so well, what is it that you would like from me with this individual? Because if it was up to me, I might as well cut out his heart at this point. I think it would be something interesting to study. That is mostly a joke. You know,
I figured.
What was
I
it?
shoot him daggers with my eyes. Like I just sit in the corner like shoot daggers with my eyes. Yeah.
I mean, you said he's a bounty on his head, so what would you like me to do with this person? I would be more than happy to turn him over to my associates. I have many members of the Clearite Order who are very interested in individuals with, well, and I am particularly interested in the undead. If his powers are linked to something to do with Vecna, I could see why any number of individuals would want to extract his organs and
Is
see how they
it
tick.
is it your understanding that if he keeps talking, I'm going to cast a command at first level?
Okay.
So you have to succeed a wisdom saving throw 15.
Okay, bring it on. Seven.
Okay, and I'm
Seven.
gonna put my hand up and I'm just gonna say I'm gonna cast command and I'm gonna say silence.
I love that moment where Alistair's like, so what do we want to do? And Nero's kind of like, he's trying to get a word in there, and then Finch sort of puts their foot down and says, silence. And Nero, just like, you find you are unable to articulate words in any way. For a moment. Anyway.
So, based on your understanding, would you believe an individual, I'm not even sure, in his position is, apart from the crimes that he's described for us here, are we to believe that he is a dangerous individual? I mean, I feel like anything dealing with Vecna, I don't think should be circulating in the public.
I can tell you for certain that he's probably if he was born during that time, he has these magical abilities, apparently proficient magical abilities. Sorcerer. I've heard of sorcerers that are suffused with such extreme amounts of negative energy that they are able to manipulate shadow. This is probably what his skill set possesses. As to its link to Vecna, well, there's any sorcerer. It's a dangerous world for sorcerers. Their blood is so powerfully fused with magic. There are many who would like to make a magical battery out of someone whose very blood brims with magic. I could see any number of uses for him from a experimental position.
I'm familiar with sorcery to an extent.
Just so you guys know, he's not speaking, but in the background, like Nero's kind of like shut up and like actually kind of listening to what Alistair is saying.
Okay. So, well, the command was worn off, and because it only lasts for a round. But yes, you stay quiet. Go ahead, Finch.
At least for myself at this point in time, for me personally, I am very heavily relying on the tenets of my oath right now, specifically when it comes to the law. And while I feel like we all have deep opinions here about what should happen with this individual, I'm going to need a really good excuse as to why I shouldn't call the guards and hand him over to the arms of Emon.
Actually, I think I have one, and I feel sick because I'm going to utter it out loud. If you have the means to contact Allura directly, then we need to. the reason I contacted Alistair and brought him into this is because I know that your main focus is the undead, and the phenomenon seemed notable, indeed it was. If his powers have something to do with undeath, I can imagine it might intrigue you.
It does.
But what
Very
I've
much.
learned of what little I know of the Arcana Panasophical is that they literally, that is what they do, is they watch over magic and protect it from going fucking
From being
wild
abused, yes.
and from being abused. And if we're looking at a person whose body is that has to be protected because people will harvest it, then maybe instead of jails can be broken out of, people can be gotten into, maybe the smarter move is to get him to the Arcana Panasophical and let them make their decision. If nothing else, they will have a way to deal with people who have magical manifestations. And if what he's saying is true, and we know that it is, if we go to really hurt him, we're going to have to deal with the Hellhound or some such.
Whoa, wait a minute. Philosophical? No
and-
way, no way.
Ladies and gentlemen, friends,
Ember?
I want to be alarmingly clear. And I will stare absolute crimson fire at Alistair. There will be no killing of this man because he has some ability that he didn't ask for, a decision that he didn't make.
We understand that.
Which is why the
I
Arcana
will absolutely incinerate anyone who tries it. Doubly so if it's done on these premises.
Alistair nods, sort of puts a hand up. He says,
Right.
I want to be very clear. As the director of the Claret Order, I feel I am held to its highest regard. And the position of my order, despite what the everyman might think of us, is to do away with evil and monsters and such. I understand your position. I'm certainly not going to insult the hospitality that you have extended. And if this is, and frankly, this is your stray that you picked up, so whatever you want to do with it, it's up to you.
Nero just chuckles himself when he says stray.
Nero,
I look up.
who has placed the bounty on your head?
I don't know who they are.
You do. It is, if you mean like the common bounty, the 500 gold bounty.
I thought about the Myriad.
No, well, Myriad doesn't, like, they do have private bounties, but if you're the 500 gold piece bounty. The government.
Is the Zone of Truth still up?
Yes.
Okay. Do you want the truth, or do you want a full listing, or just keep it vague?
Alistair says, I could probably answer that. The government and the Arcane Panasophical works alongside the government for the ethics of magic. So, considering you're a career thief and you are a somewhat powerful sorcerer, it's my guess that you have violated the truth of magic at some point in your life.
It's what do you be familiar with, like the three main laws of the truth of magic, correct?
Yes, absolutely.
That it's correct me if I'm wrong here, Alistair. It's don't raise undead. Well, I violated that one accidentally, but I did it. Don't kill. Correct. Don't kill anyone unjustly. I've never killed any. I've only ever killed someone who trust me. I've only killed people who justly deserved it. And don't abuse magic. Broke the law. Well, that's my socket. Well, that's my my trade.
So that is a yes. So yeah, I think you have a two birds with one stone. Alistair very much turns with the look of like someone who's like about to leave, and it's like, my work here is done. He's like, so there's your solution, everybody. If you want to turn him over to someone who is going to make sure that he is safe, but justice is done to him, and will at the same time study into what has happened to him, turn him over for the bounty, and he'll be turned over to the Ankaim Panasophics' care. So anything else?
Nope, I support this.
Do you want the
I owe
full
you
truth?
dinner.
Do you want the full truth?
I have duck to eat,
Yeah.
and he will depart.
Yeah, we're not interested at this point in time.
I'll have the
That was
rest.
good. That was good, Doc. That's the truth, because the truth is so good.
Oh, rebuffed, brutally rebuffed.
Anyway, but
Heartbroken.
I will say first of all, Ember, thank you. Thank you. And with that, and because of that, I'm going to be completely not. I will also say this, even though I don't need to say it. That stranger up there, who the halfling I was talking to, he's a old buddy of mine from Stillben, Jasper Bloomsbane. Solid guy, pretty good guy, considering the trade and industry we find ourselves in, our career paths. Fair guy. I came to Emon to look for him and and maybe somebody else who could help. The thing is, now he's with the Clasp, and the Clasp and I haven't exactly always seen eye to eye. And I spoke with him. I talked about maybe making things up, but making things fair between him and me and the Clasp, And that would involve hitting the Myriad.
Absolutely not. You're on your
Okay.
own.
Okay. Yeah, I know. Okay, look.
But maybe just don't do it. Maybe just do something else. Maybe instead of fucking with either of them, you go do something else. We're giving you the opportunity to maybe do something different.
Oh, God, you sound just like her. You hear him whisper under his breath, God, you sound just like her.
So listen, guys.
I know someone else who can.
I'm out.
No, I
I'm
know
going
someone
upstairs,
else.
and Yvaine fully fucks off.
No, wait. I can give you somebody else. I know someone else who can get you.
Zarvalg will, I think it sounds like per the time that it is, growing late in the night, and given it seems a decision's been made by the Aurora Concordant, Zarvalg sort of pulls back the heavy crossbow and gestures. And as we come to an end of the scene, maybe we'll talk off table as to the fate of Nero, but it seems that at this time, the Aurora Concordant is interested in continuing its adventure with Nero. And that is where we will call a session to the end.
Cool. All right, I gotta get going, guys.
Get going.
Nero was gonna say one last thing, but he was gonna say, can you just wait?
Yeah,
until after
session's over, buddy.
Okay,
yeah,
sorry.
I will see you guys later.
That was fucking great, by the way.
Bye.
I loved it. Eric, good job. Eric, Nero now considers Ember like, oh wow, I need to protect this guy and his family with my life because I owe him one. So Ember just found himself a friend of Nero.
Cool.
Have a good night, man.
Take care.
Take care.
Night.